Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. I always thought my backyard trail was the safest place in the world, until the night it started snowing when the forecast said clear, and I saw a small figure swinging from a tree branch that no one could have climbed. I know how that sounds. If I were hearing this on someone else's channel, I would probably roll my eyes and think, all right, here we go, another made-up creepypasta. But I am 33 years old. I work from home. I live in a boring row of townhomes north of Denver, and until last winter, the scariest thing that ever happened to me out there was almost slipping on black ice by the dumpsters. There is a narrow strip of trees behind my building, just a skinny greenbelt with a dirt path cutting through it. Kids ride their bikes there in the summer. People walk their dogs, and at night, it is just empty. No street lamps, no campfires, no legends. Just a shortcut between my parking lot and the highway noise. That trail was my decompression zone after long days staring at a screen. I used to put on a thick jacket, grab my headlamp, and walk 10 or 15 minutes under the branches to clear my head. I felt safer there than I did downtown in broad daylight. I am telling you that so you understand, I did not go looking for a haunted house or some abandoned asylum or anything like that. There is no urban legend about where this happened. If you pulled it up on Google Maps right now, you would see rows of beige townhomes, a strip of trees, a dry drainage ditch, and the gray line of I-25 in the distance. Nothing special. Nothing that should have changed the way I feel about snow or cameras or the sound a heater makes right before it shuts off. Last January, one of those nights when I was burnt out and the news was just background noise, my weather app said exactly what it had said all week: clear, 0% chance of snow. I checked it twice out of habit. I remember that, and then I got up to grab a glass of water, glanced out the back door, and saw white already piling up on the cars, falling hard and steady under the parking lot lights, like somebody had flipped a hidden switch over just my neighborhood. I grabbed my coat and my headlamp like I had done 100 times before. I told myself I would do one quick lap on the trail, enjoy the surprise snow, and come back in to finish my emails. I had no idea that by the time I stepped off the pavement and onto the path, there was already something up there in those branches waiting for me to finally look up. I am 33 years old, and I spend most of my waking life looking at two rectangles. One is the laptop on my kitchen table, where I remote into a network in downtown Denver that I almost never see in person anymore. The other is the sliding glass door next to that table, a big sheet of cold glass that looks out over the back parking lot, the strip of trees behind it, and if the night is quiet enough, the faint glow of I-25 in the distance. That is pretty much my world. I live in a 2-story townhome on the north side of the city, in one of those beige developments that all look like they were copied and pasted from the same template. From the front, you see a little strip of grass, a short sidewalk, and a row of identical doors with house numbers no one remembers. From the back, where I spend most of my time, you see the asphalt lot, the chain of Subarus and pickups, the sodium lights, and beyond that, a thin green belt of cottonwoods and scrub that everyone calls the trail, like it is something special. Inside is what you would expect from a 33-year-old IT guy who lives alone and works from home, a couch facing a TV that never really turns off a kitchen table, doing double duty as a desk, a coffee machine that thinks it is more important than it really is, and an upstairs bedroom with an unmade bed and a laundry basket that never quite empties. Every winter morning, my day starts the same way. I shuffle down the stairs in socks, the house still cold enough that I can see the faintest ghost of my breath in the air. I tap the thermostat up a few degrees with my knuckle, listening for the furnace to kick on. There is always that half second of hesitation, like it is deciding whether to cooperate, and then the whoomph of the burner catches and the rush of air fills the vents. That sound is my unofficial clock. It means the day has started, whether I am ready or not. While the furnace is warming the place, I hit the coffee machine and grab my phone. Before email, before Slack, before anything. I opened 3 apps almost without thinking. NOAA, the National Weather Service page, and whatever replaced dark sky when Apple killed it. I flip between them, comparing numbers like some people check the stock market. In the summer, it is just habit. In the winter, it feels like survival. I check the low, the high, the wind chill, any mention of winter weather advisory. I read the little sentences they tack on like afterthoughts, light flurries possible in the foothills, patchy freezing drizzle before dawn, no significant accumulation expected. I watch the percentages for snow and ice, the way other people watch their blood pressure. Only when I have convinced myself I know what the sky is going to do I start the rest of my morning. The coffee machine hisses and sputters, filling the kitchen with that burnt comfort smell. My laptop wakes up with a chime and floods the room with a cold blue light. I always turn on CNN or some other news channel on low volume, not to actually follow anything, just to keep from feeling like I am sitting in a silent box staring at code. Through all of it, the background noise never stops the steady hum of the fridge behind me, the faint hiss of air through the vents, and if I listen hard enough, the muted roar of I-25 rolling like distant ocean waves beyond the trees. From my chair, if I angle myself just right, I can see both screens at once. My laptop with its endless tickets and logs, and the sliding glass door framing the outside world like a live wallpaper. On good days, it is a blue rectangle with bare trees and dry asphalt. On bad days, it is a gray blur of sleet. On the rare magical days, it is a slow-motion snow globe, flakes drifting past the parking lot, lights dusting the trucks, and the strip of trees in the back. Those days are my favorite. Those are the nights I go out. I do not hike. I do not ski. I do not do any of the things people move to Colorado to post about on Instagram. But when it is snowing, and the neighborhood is quiet, and my brain feels like it is overheating from too many error messages and video calls, I put on my boots, shrug into my thick Columbia jacket, strap a headlamp across my beanie, and step out into that lot like it belongs to me. There is something about walking alone in falling snow that resets everything. The air tastes cleaner, sharper. Every sound is louder and softer at the same time. The usual city noise gets smothered under that white weight until all that is left is the crunch of your own boots and the occasional sigh of a furnace starting up in some other unit. I like that. I like hearing where the houses end and the empty space begins. Maybe that sounds strange, but it makes sense. If you know one thing about me, I have always been a little too aware of sound. When I was 8, my mom lost me for about 5 minutes in a Walmart parking lot during a surprise whiteout. 1 second, We were walking toward the entrance. The next second, the wind came sideways. Everything went white, and I could not see more than a car length in front of me. People were shouting. Carts were banging into bumpers. Car alarms were going off. I remember standing between two minivans, fingers numb, listening to all that chaos and trying to pick out my mother's voice. What I heard instead was someone right behind me say my name. Very calm, very clear, like they were standing inches from my ear. I turned around, and there was nothing there. Just a sheet of snow blasting past and the dark shapes of cars. My mom found me a few seconds later and dragged me inside, and by the time we were under the fluorescent lights with hot air blowing on us, I had half convinced myself I had imagined it. Kids do that. But I never quite forgot the feeling, not the words, just the sense of being watched in a place where, technically, no one could see you. Maybe that is why all these years later, I still listen for the way the world changes right before it starts snowing. There is always this moment right before the first flakes hit the ground, when the air pressure shifts and the smallest noises seem to step forward and introduce themselves. The fridge at my back makes a liquid gurgle as coolant moves through its veins. The heater in the closet coughs and quiets. The vents go still. The wash of I-25 outside dims as if someone is slowly turning a giant dial. Sometimes it feels like the house is holding its breath. Most nights, nothing comes of it. The forecast is right. The sky stays clear, and I log a few more hours between my two screens, one full of code, the other full of reflections of my own kitchen. But there are nights when the numbers on my phone say one thing, and the glass in front of me says something else. On one of those nights, not long before everything really started, I was standing barefoot on the cold tile mug of coffee in my hands, staring through the sliding door. The parking lot was empty. No headlights coming in, no neighbors walking their dogs, no drunk guy fumbling for his keys. The sodium lights painted everything, this sick yellow flat and dead. Above the roofs and the power lines, the sky was perfectly clear, a dark bowl punched full of stars. My apps lined up neatly on my phone screen next to the sink all agreed. Clear, 0% chance of snow, hour after hour. And yet, with the heater off and my fridge quiet and the TV in the living room muted, the silence in that little townhome felt heavier than usual. Like the pause between someone inhaling and deciding whether to speak your name. I remember thinking for no good reason at all, tonight feels different. If you stand at my sliding glass door and look past your own reflection, the first thing you see is the parking lot. 2 rows of faded white lines, a little oil stain here, a pile of plowed snow there in the deep winter months. The second thing you see, if you let your eyes focus past the cars, is the greenbelt. Greenbelt sounds nicer than it really is. It is just a strip of land the developer did not bother to pave over a dirt path, a shallow drainage ditch that is dry most of the year, a line of cottonwoods and scrub brush, and on the far side, the weathered backs of other people's wooden fences. There is a small metal sign bolted into the ground right where the asphalt ends and the dirt begins. It says, "Open space. No motor vehicles" in peeling white letters. Somebody once stuck a skate sticker over the word "no," but the HOA made them scrape it off. In daylight, there is nothing mysterious about that space at all. It is almost aggressively ordinary. Mornings and early afternoons, especially in the spring and fall, you see the same parade of people moving along the dirt, a woman in a bright pink windbreaker getting her steps in two older guys in Broncos hats, walking side by side with hands in their coat pockets, kids wobbling along on two big bikes with helmets sliding down over their eyes, high schoolers cutting through with their backpacks half-zipped and earbuds in. Dogs stop to sniff at the same bush over and over. Joggers with hydration belts pass by on Saturday mornings. Every now and then, someone pushes a stroller along, bouncing the front wheels over the occasional rut. The path is so well used that there is a permanent groove worn into the middle, flanked by tufts of stubborn grass. By late afternoon, the office building across the bigger road clicks its lights on, and rectangles of white spill out of its windows. At night, those rectangles become part of the background yellow halos from the parking lot lights behind my place. A colder white glow from the office complex beyond the trees, and if you look even farther, the constant blink, blink, blink from an electronic billboard along I-25 advertising lawyers' fast food and Jesus in that order. The greenbelt sits between all of that like a thin strip of shadow. What I remember most about it is not what it looks like, but how it sounds. On a dry day when there is no snow and the dirt path is hard-packed, the first thing you hear when you step off the asphalt is the change under your shoes. The soft slap of rubber on pavement turns into the gritty scrunch of gravel and dust. Little pebbles roll and shift under your weight. If you are impatient and cut the corner down from the lot, instead of taking the sloped curb, dead twigs hidden under the old grass snap with a sharp crack, there is the faint trickle of air moving through the dry ditch, the click of someone opening and closing a backyard gate on the other side of the fence, the rattle of a chain link section when a kid slams it too hard. You might hear a dog bark, a screen door slam a leaf blower whining somewhere else in the neighborhood as someone decides 7 p.m. is the perfect time to deal with their yard. Over all of that, like a constant low ceiling, is the sound of I-25. Semis, SUVs, motorcycles, all of them blending into one rolling hush that never completely stops even at 3 in the morning. Sometimes, if the wind is right, it really does sound like the ocean. Other times, it just sounds like a headache waiting to happen. That is the greenbelt during the day, busy in a quiet way full of small human noises that remind you you are never more than a shout away from someone's back door. At night, it is different. The people disappear first. Around 10, the joggers are gone. The dog walkers have retreated. The last kid on a bike has been called in by a parent, yelling from a sliding door like mine. The only movement you see is the occasional car pulling into the lot or leaving it the glow of a TV behind curtains, the red tip of a cigarette hovering on a balcony. Then the little noises start dropping out. Backyard conversations end. Gates stop slamming. Leaf blowers are long gone. Somewhere in there, the office building across the way clicks off most of its floors, leaving only a few emergency lights and the blue-white rectangles of the cleaning crew's vacuums. The highway noise stays, but even that changes. When traffic is light, you can pick out individual vehicles. The deep bass rumble of a semi, the higher whine of a car pushing too fast, the brief roar of a motorcycle. When a snowstorm is coming, or when the temperature drops fast, that moving roar seems to flatten out like someone draped a heavy blanket over the whole world. That is the version of the greenbelt I know best. The 10 to 11 p.m. version. That is when I take my walks. I do not bring headphones. That surprises some people, especially the ones who cannot cross a parking lot without a podcast in their ears. But I like to hear everything when I am out there. I like to hear the shift from pavement to dirt. I like to hear new sounds introduce themselves. The quick, high yip of a coyote somewhere beyond the ditch. The low bark answering from much closer behind. A fence, the clatter of a trash can lid the wind, forgot to lay flat. Sometimes, if the sky is clear and the moon is bright, you can see well enough without extra light. The dirt path shows up as a lighter ribbon between darker patches of scrub, and the trunks of the cottonwoods glow pale gray. On those nights, I will sometimes switch my headlamp off and walk by feel, listening to the crunch of my boots and the distant hiss of the highway. Most nights in winter, though, I use the headlamp. It makes a narrow tunnel of visibility in front of me and throws everything else into deeper darkness. The beam catches on little things, a discarded fast food cup half buried in the ditch, the gleam of eyes from a rabbit frozen in the brush, the silvery flash of a frozen puddle where runoff has collected and hardened into glass. The contrast between day and night in that strip of land is so sharp that it almost feels like two different places. In the day, it belongs to the neighborhood. At night, it belongs to whoever is willing to step off the pavement and let their eyes adjust. There is one other thing that watches it, though. Something that never sleeps. If you look up at my townhome from the parking lot, right where the roofline meets the siding above my sliding door, you will see a little white rectangle bolted under the eaves. That is my Nest camera. It faces outward, covering the lot, the start of the dirt path, and a slice of the greenbelt. I installed it after someone rifled through my car one summer and stole nothing but a pack of gum and a phone charger. I told myself I wanted to catch any would-be thieves, but the truth is, I liked the idea of being able to pull up my back door on my phone wherever I was. It felt like an extra pair of eyes. Sometimes while I am working, I will flick the feed open just to see what the world behind me is doing. During the day, it is practical. I see delivery guys dropping off packages, the neighbor's kids cutting through the Amazon van, backing up too close to somebody's bumper. At night, it is mostly empty frames of grainy asphalt and pale tree trunks under that thick yellow light. I cannot lie, there is a specific comfort in seeing that emptiness, in seeing the path and knowing nothing is on it. Once late last fall, the camera went offline for about 5 minutes in the middle of the night. The app buzzed my phone. Device disconnected. By the time I rolled over and checked, it had already reconnected, and the timeline showed nothing but a gap. I shrugged it off as my Wi-Fi acting up. The router is cheap, and the townhouse walls are full of surprises. It was easier to blame Comcast than to think too hard about it. I might have forgotten that little hiccup completely, if not for something that happened a few weeks later. I was on a late Zoom call with a coworker in another time zone, both of us half laughing, half complaining about some broken deploy. It was around 9:30. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my headphones on, talking and screen sharing, when my eyes drifted like they always do to the glass door. Outside, the lot was dark and dry. My phone face up next to my coffee mug still showed the same forecast it had all day. Clear. 0% snow. My coworker was saying something about rolling back a change when out of nowhere I saw it. Just a few flakes at first. Tiny, bright specks drifting through the cone of the parking lot light. They appeared so suddenly that for a second I thought maybe someone upstairs had shaken out a rug. But then more followed and more, and within half a minute there was a light, steady fall, dusting the hoods of the cars, softening the sharp edges of the curb. I actually muted my mic. Mid-sentence got up, walked closer to the door, and pressed my palm against the glass. The cold bled through instantly. It was real. It was snowing. I glanced down at my phone. The forecast still hadn't budged. Clear. 0%. No alerts. No flurries icon. Nothing. By the time I unmuted, made some excuse about my internet stuttering, and sat back down, the flakes had already started to thin out. A couple of minutes later, they were gone. The lot looked almost exactly the way it had before, aside from a faint dusting on a dark truck that someone could have mistaken for dust or frost. When the call ended, I checked all 3 weather apps again. Not one of them acknowledged that anything had happened. No radar blip, no advisory. It was as if those 2 minutes of snow had existed only on my side of the glass. I told myself I was overthinking it. Microclimates happen. App data lags. It was a weird little glitch between the sky and the screen, nothing more. But I remembered it. The way the flakes had come out of a supposedly empty sky. The way the world had gone just a little bit quieter while they fell. I did not know it yet, but that was the first time the greenbelt outback went slightly off script, as if something on the other side of the parking lot had decided to test just how closely I was paying attention. It was a little after 11 when I finally closed out the last ticket. My eyes were burning from staring at my second monitor, my shoulders tight from hunching forward, my brain humming with error codes and half-finished thoughts. The heater had been running in that steady background way for hours, washing the kitchen in warm, dry air. CNN had long since given up on real news and was replaying the same segment for the 3rd time. I clicked resolve, watched the spinning icon disappear, and leaned back in my chair until I heard my spine pop. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the furnace breathe and the fridge murmur behind me. It was the kind of exhausted quiet that usually meant bed. Instead, I got up to get a glass of water. I took my mug to the sink, turned on the tap, and as the water ran, I looked up through habit more than curiosity at the sliding glass door. I froze with the glass halfway full. The parking lot behind my townhome, which had been bare asphalt the last time I had glanced up, was now covered in a thin, even layer of white. The painted lines were softened, the oil stains blurred to pale gray shadows. Every car wore a light frosting across its windshield and hood, and more was coming down. Not drifting lazily, not in little scattered flurries like the other night. This was a steady, heavy fall, the kind you see in stock footage of first real snow of the season. Under the sodium lights, the flakes streaked straight down in thick, endless lines, fast and dense, like somebody had poured open a massive bag of powdered sugar over the whole block. It looked impossible, mainly because I had heard nothing. No tick against the glass, no shift in the wind, just on like a switch. The tap overflowed the glass and spilled cold water onto my fingers before I snapped out of it and shut it off. I set the glass down without drinking and grabbed my phone from the table. The lock screen was still lit from a notification. I swiped it away and opened the weather app. Clear. 0% precipitation. The radar showed nothing. Just a calm blank map over my part of Colorado, as though the sky outside my window was as empty as a spreadsheet. I backed out and checked another app. Same thing. No snowflake icons, no advisory, no unexpected flurries in the area. It was like my phone and the parking lot were living in 2 different realities. I should have been unsettled by that, and part of me was. But there is another part of me, some stubborn, childlike piece that reacts to falling snow the way some people react to fireworks or surprise concerts. My first clear thought was not, This is wrong. This is perfect. The house suddenly felt too small, too warm, too stale. Whatever tiredness had been pulling at my eyelids evaporated in an instant. If you love snow and you live in a place where half of winter is just cold brown, nothing you do not ignore a moment like that, forecast or no forecast. I left the untouched water in the sink and went to the coat hooks by the front door. By that point, dressing for the cold was muscle memory. I pulled on my thick wool socks over the thinner pair I was already wearing, shoved my feet into my insulated boots, feeling the familiar snug grip around my ankles. I shrugged into my Columbia jacket, the one with flecks of salt on the hem from previous storms, zipped it up to my collarbone, and worked the zipper back down a notch so it would not bite my skin. My Broncos beanie was on the side table where I had dropped it earlier in the week. I pulled it down over my ears, adjusted it until the little stitched logo sat centered above my forehead. Gloves next black fleece, lined a little worn between the fingers from too much scrolling, but still warm. I dug the headlamp out of the basket by the door, ran my thumb over the rubber button until it clicked on a tight cone of white, aiming at the ceiling. The elastic band snapped lightly as I stretched it over the beanie and settled it in place. My phone went into my left jacket pocket screen, facing in. You do not need a phone in your hand to walk 10 minutes behind your own house, but I took it anyway, out of habit. From outside through the glass, the snow's reflection painted little moving shadows onto the ceiling. The parking lot looked softer, quieter, like someone had muted not just the sound, but the sharpness of the world. I walked back to the sliding door and put my hand on the cold metal handle. The furnace was still blowing, making the edge of the glass fog slightly where warm air met cold. For a second, with my hand on the handle, I hesitated, not because of any premonition, not because of fear, but because I remembered being 8 years old in that Walmart parking lot, seeing the world disappear into white and hearing my name from behind me when no one was there. The memory brushed past me like a draft under the door, then was gone. I unlocked the deadbolt, with a soft thunk, undid the latch, and pulled. The sliding door opened with a low, gritty roll. A wave of cold air rushed into the kitchen, sharp enough to make my eyes water. Behind me, the heater gave a small sigh and cut off the sudden pressure change, sensing the open door and giving up. The silence that followed was almost physical. I stepped over the track and onto the back step. The cold bit through the rubber of my boots climbed into my bones. Snow tapped my cheeks and eyelashes, tiny pinpricks of ice. I reached back and slid the door mostly shut, leaving just enough room to twist the lock from the outside before closing it completely. The latch clicked home with a neat click that sounded very final. Somewhere farther down the row of townhomes, a car chirped twice as someone armed their alarm, a polite little beep beep that felt weirdly out of place in the falling white. Then that sound faded too, and the neighborhood exhaled into quiet. I turned on the headlamp and took a few steps out into the lot. Up close, the sound of the snow was different than what I had imagined. It was not the cartoon shh you hear in movies. It was softer, stranger, almost like the sound of static on an old TV turned way down. The flakes hit my coat and hat without much noise at all. What I really noticed was the absence of other sounds. No heater, no fridge, no TV. Even the highway, which usually filled the background with a constant low roar, sounded distant and flat, like it had been pushed back miles overnight. The snow under my boots had that perfect new crunch firm on top, with just enough give. Each step left a clear, sharp print, dark tread against clean white. I walked along the edge of the lot, past my own car and the neighbor's truck, heading toward the gap in the curb, where the asphalt gave way to the beginning of the dirt path. The parking lot lights hummed faintly overhead. Beyond that, the greenbelt was a darker band, the shapes of tree trunks barely visible where my headlamp beam did not reach. Light from the office building across the bigger road washed the upper branches in a weak, bluish haze. I was halfway across the lot in that middle area where you are not really near the houses anymore, but not quite to the trees yet, when I heard it. At first, I thought it was the wind changing, just a rising tone in the background of all that muffled quiet. But then, it resolved into something more deliberate. It sounded like a laugh, not a full, roaring laugh, not a cough or a shout. It was a small, high sound, carried thin on the cold air, the kind of giggle you might hear from a kid on a playground or from a bedroom where a cartoon is playing too loud. It slid across the lot, pulled and stretched by the breeze, hard to pin down. I stopped walking. The world snapped into focus around me. The halo of light on the fresh snow, the faint smell of exhaust from a car that had left earlier, the sting in my nose from the cold. The laugh faded into the general hush, leaving behind a ringing in my ears that might have been my own pulse. I turned slowly in a circle headlamp beam, swinging. The row of townhomes stood quiet and blank behind me. Most of the windows were dark. In one or two, a TV flickered blue against closed blinds. No silhouettes, no open doors, no one standing on a balcony smoking. To the left and right, the other parking lots were empty cars sitting in neat rows like sleeping animals. Ahead of me, the greenbelt waited a darker mouth beyond the yellow light. The laugh did not repeat. It might have been the wind curling around a corner or a TV with the volume up in a unit where the windows did not show it. That is what I told myself, standing there with snow gathering on my shoulders and my breath hanging in the beam of my lamp. I swallowed, adjusted the strap of my headlamp on my beanie, and kept walking. The asphalt ended at the familiar sloped gap in the curb. I stepped down boots, sinking a little deeper now, as the snow thinned the border between pavement and dirt. The little metal sign, "Open Space." No motor vehicles stood half buried to my right, its edges furred in white. I crossed the invisible line between home and out there, feeling the give of the trail under my weight as I followed the packed earth in between the cottonwoods. The parking lot lights faded behind me with each step until their glow was just a yellow suggestion on the snow. 10, maybe 15 minutes, I told myself. Walk to the bend, listen to the hush come back in, finish the emails, go to bed. I told myself that out there in the dark and the snow, at least I knew exactly what I was walking into. I hadn't realized yet that that night something out there had been waiting for me instead. The first few steps off the asphalt always feel like crossing a border. Behind me, the parking lot was still its familiar rectangle of light and straight lines. Ahead, the dirt path slid between the cottonwoods like a narrow hallway into something older, something less interested in property lines and HOA rules. With the snow coming down, that path was already half hidden, a slightly darker groove under the fresh white running between low mounds of grass and the shadow of the drainage ditch. My boots sank deeper with every step. The snow here had not been packed down by plows or tires, just my own weight pressing it into a thin crust that broke with a soft, satisfying crunch. I could feel the give beneath the familiar firmness of the dirt underneath the new layer. On my right, the drainage ditch ran parallel to the trail, a shallow cut in the ground that in summer collected trash and rainwater. Tonight, it was a dark trough. Its edges softened the weeds along its rim, bent under the weight of snow. Beyond that, the fences rose old wooden slats, some straight, some warped, backing the yards of houses whose fronts faced a different street entirely. A couple of fence posts still had bits of last year's Halloween decorations tangled around them, orange plastic now stiff and pale. On my left, the cottonwoods stood in a rough line, their trunks pale gray in the wash from the distant office building, their branches reaching up and out until they disappeared into the thick, falling dark. Closer to the ground, clumps of dead grass poked through the snow like hair through a thin sheet. The halo of the parking lot light followed me only a little way in. By the time I had taken a dozen steps, it was already behind me, reduced to a dim yellow glow that painted the snow at my heels, but did nothing for the path in front of me. I clicked my headlamp brighter and watched the beam carve out a tunnel through the falling flakes. My breath showed up in that beam as quick bursts of white, each exhale clouding the air in front of my face before drifting away. Inside the jacket, I was starting to warm up. Outside, my nose stung and my cheeks felt tight from the cold. The jacket fabric made a soft, steady shh sound when my arms swung, and every few steps, the elastic strap of the headlamp squeaked faintly against the knit of my beanie. Underneath all of that, the snow kept its own rhythm under my boots. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A heartbeat I could hear with my ears and feel through the soles. Farther out beyond the greenbelt, the highway made its usual presence known. But even that was different tonight. Instead of the constant, unbroken roar, I was used to the sound of I-25 felt smothered, like someone had hung thick curtains around it. I could make out the occasional low rumble of a truck or the hiss of tires on slush, but they came in short, muted bursts, swallowed quickly by the falling snow. Somewhere much farther away, too faint to place, there was a sound that might have been a coyote. Just 3 rising notes, then silence. It could have been my imagination, the wind making shapes out of nothing, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck rise for a second before settling. I walked, letting the simple mechanics of it settle me down. Step crunch, breath. Step crunch, breath. My mind, which had spent the entire day bouncing between bug reports and emails, started to stretch out into the space around me. Little details floated up, the way they always did when I was out here at night. The way the snow clung to the wire of the no motor vehicles sign, the tiny, delicate branches of a scrub bush near the ditch that looked like black lace against the white. The fact that my footprints were the only disturbance in an otherwise perfectly smooth surface. There was comfort in that, in seeing only my own tracks. The longer I walked, the farther away the houses felt, even though I knew they were only a fence and a few yards to my right. Their noises had faded completely. No clank of pipes, no muffled TV laughter, no back doors opening and shutting. It was like the sound had drained out of them and pooled instead somewhere deep in the trees. I noticed it when the heater went off. Not just my heater, every unit in my row must have cycled at once. One moment, there was the faint, familiar rush of warm air behind the drywall, the low, mechanical hum that had been in my ears so long I barely heard it anymore. The next, it was as if someone had flipped a master switch and shut the whole building down. The resulting quiet was strange. It was not the everyday kind of quiet you get when you turn off a TV. It was too complete, too sudden. The highway dimmed at the same time, or seemed to. The office building's light felt farther away. For a few seconds, all I could hear was my own breathing, and the sound of snow landing on snow, a faint, constant hiss, like static under everything else. I slowed my pace without meaning to. The headlamp beam reached ahead, catching on thicker trunks and the pale ribcage of the trail as it curved. The darkness beyond the edge of that light looked denser than it should have, shapeless and heavy, like the black at the edge of a screen that has been turned off. Each tree outside the beam became a suggestion more than an object, a vertical absence you felt rather than clearly saw. I have a bad habit, one that probably goes back to being a kid. Out in storms, I like to look up. Even on nights when I am bone tired, there is always a moment on these walks when I tilt my head back and let the beam of my headlamp catch the undersides of the branches overhead. I like the way the snow collects along them, clinging in delicate, uneven lines, turning each limb into a kind of glowing bone under the light. Sometimes the flakes drift straight down. Sometimes the wind pushes them sideways, making the path of each one curve. That night was no different at first. Somewhere near the middle of the greenbelt where the path straightens, I let myself look up. The cottonwoods reached over the trail from both sides, bare fingers intertwining against the dark sky. The headlamp beam picked out the closest ones in sharp detail, rough bark, swollen knots, patches where some animal had stripped the surface smooth. Snow had settled on the tops of the bigger branches, a clean white line running along their length, softening their edges. One branch in particular stood out. It was thicker than the others around it, running almost perfectly horizontal from a trunk on my left across the path, like a natural archway. In the lamp's glow, the snow piled along it made a solid, unbroken bar, cutting a pale line across the black. It looked like a doorway, or a gate. I had walked under that branch before in daylight and at night without thinking much about it. It was just part of the scenery. But with the snow on it, with the air so still and quiet, it felt suddenly like a marker, a threshold between one part of the trail and another. I stopped directly beneath it. The headlamp beams splashed up against the underside of the branch, bounced back down in a soft halo that lit the snow around my boots. My breath came out in big clouded bursts, now fogging the air in front of my face, before being torn apart by the next exhale. I realized my cheeks had gone numb. For reasons I cannot fully explain even now, I reached up and clicked the headlamp off. Darkness fell faster than I expected. The world did not slowly dim. It dropped. The only remaining light was the faint, distant smear from the parking lot behind me and the weaker bluish glow from the office building across the road, both too far to do much more than sketch the rough outline of the trees. Without the beam, the snow stopped being individual flakes and became a feeling cold tapping on my hat, cold dust on my eyelashes, cold settling on my jacket shoulders. I closed my eyes for a second, even though it did not really make a difference, and just listened. The snow had a sound after all, but it was small. A whisper of tiny impacts, a subtle shift in the weight of branches as they accepted another layer. Beneath that, the earth was quiet. No scurry of small animals, no rustle of dry leaves. The highway was just a faint, distant pressure, more sensation than noise. The silence felt thicker here under the branch, like the air itself had weight. It pressed along the inside of my ears the way it does on an airplane before they tell you to pop them. I remember thinking, this is the part I like, that little moment when the world stops asking anything of you. No notifications, no calls, no emails, just the sound of your own breathing in cold air. And then, right behind my left shoulder, close enough that I could have sworn I felt warm breath on the back of my neck, a small voice said very clearly, "Hi." Every muscle in my body clenched at once. My heart slammed so hard that for a second, it drowned out everything else. I spun, hand already up at my forehead thumb, fumbling for the headlamp switch in the dark. The beam snapped back on, slicing through the falling snow. The first thing the light hit was empty air. My beam cut through the falling snow in a sharp white cone, picking up flakes as they passed inches from my face. Instinct took over. I turned in a full circle, sweeping the headlamp around like a searchlight. Behind me, the trail I had just walked was a single line of prints leading back toward the parking lot, already softening at the edges as snow began to fill them in. The halo from the lot made the first few yards glow a faint yellow, then faded into darkness. To my right, the drainage ditch was a black ribbon, its sloped sides blurred by white. Beyond it, the fences showed up as a jagged, broken line of vertical boards. No gates opening, no silhouettes, no glow spilling under a back door. To my left, the trunks of the cottonwoods loomed up pale in the beam. Their bark caught the light in rough strip shadows, pooling in the cracks. No movement between them. No outlines of anything that looked remotely human. In front of me, the path continued a ghostly groove between low drifts that looked much less inviting now that I had heard a stranger's voice at my back. I did another full, slower turn, forcing myself to go section by section. Left trees, right fences, back my own prints, forward the path and the arching branch overhead. The snow softened all the edges, muffled everything. My breath sounded too loud in my own ears. "Hello," I tried. My voice came out thinner than I expected. The cold stole some of the air on the way up. "Is someone there?" Nothing answered. Just the hiss of falling snow and the faraway whisper of the interstate. I swallowed. Probably a TV. I muttered more to hear something human than because I believed it. Kids' movie. Sound carries weird out here. It was not a great explanation. There were no open windows, no nearby houses with sliding doors ajar. Still, it was easier in that moment to picture some kid laughing at a cartoon in their living room than to imagine a disembodied voice close enough to feel on the back of my neck. I told myself it had to be an echo of something. Maybe someone on the other side of the greenbelt had called out, and the sound had bounced around the trees and fences until it landed near me. The way the world had gone quiet could have made it seem closer than it really was. I turned back toward the arching branch, intending to keep walking, maybe shorten the loop a little. 10 minutes, I reminded myself. Just 10. Go to the bend turn, come back. No big deal. I had barely shifted my weight onto my front foot when the voice came again. This time, there was no mistaking where it came from. Up here. It was the same small voice, the same light, casual tone. There was a tiny lilt at the end, as if the speaker found something amusing about my confusion. The words did not sound cold or winded or strained. They sounded exactly like a kid saying, "Look at this," from the top of a jungle gym in July. Only it was past 11 at night in a snowstorm, and the temperature was well below freezing. A cold prickle moved from the back of my neck down between my shoulder blades. I did not turn the way people turn in movies, slow and hesitant. I snapped my head up almost too fast, the beam of the headlamp jerking wild for a second before finding the underside of the big branch above the trail. At first, I saw only the branch itself, bright under the light. The snow along it glowed a pure, almost artificial white, so different from the gray-brown mixture on the ground that it might have been something else entirely. Then, my eyes adjusted, and I saw him. He was crouched on the branch, maybe 5 or 6 feet to my left of the beam's center, as if he had picked the one spot that my light did not automatically land on. When I turned the beam toward him, he did not flinch. A boy maybe 9 or 10 years old, wearing a gray hoodie so soaked with snow, it clung to his arms and shoulders. The hood was down. His hair light brown, maybe hard to tell, in the strange light hung in wet strands over his forehead, little droplets of melted snow tracking down and freezing at the tips. He was not sitting cross-legged or dangling his legs the way kids usually do when they find a high perch. He was in a crouch, feet flat on the branch, knees bent, his center of gravity low like he was balancing on something much thinner than it really was. Both hands gripped the branch between his knees, fingers pale and tight. He looked steady, like he had been there a long time. And he was smiling. I do not mean a shy smile, or a relieved smile, or the kind of smile a kid gives an adult when they know they are supposed to be polite. His mouth was pulled wide, 2 wide teeth, bared in a way that would have looked like a grin if not for everything else attached to it. The corners of his lips strained outward as if someone had told him this is what happy looks like, and he had decided to hold that shape no matter what. His eyes were wrong too. They were open wider than they should have been for that temperature, lidless, unblinking. The pupils were dark, but not fully dilated, just big enough to eat most of the color. Snow landed on his eyelashes and did not seem to bother him. He stared straight down at me, like the rest of the world did not exist. For a heartbeat or two, I simply stared back. A million normal explanations pushed to the front of my mind and fell apart there. There are kids in the neighborhood, sure, but they are usually in bed by 10, especially on school nights. The closest unit with children is 2 doors down and around the corner from mine, on the opposite side from the trail. No one I knew let their kid wander behind the houses at 11, let alone climb trees in a live snowstorm wearing a hoodie and jeans. That hoodie was not thick winter material either. It was the kind kids wear over t-shirts in October, not in January. The boy's jeans were dark and stiff with frozen wet. His shoes, when the beam crossed them briefly, I saw white rubber, the kind of sneakers that soak through fast. No boots, no gloves, no hat. Every adult instinct I had screamed that he should not be there. At the same time, a different part of my brain, the part that had walked that trail 100 times, started doing the math on how he could have gotten up there. The branch he crouched on was at least 20 feet off the ground. The trunk that supported it only a few feet from the trail was straight and thick, its bark rough, but not studded with low knots or convenient footholds. There were no smaller branches within grabbing height. The tree went up bare and clean for 15-16 feet before splitting. I dropped my gaze to the base of the trunk. The snow there was smooth, not just generally undisturbed, completely untouched, except where my own footprints approached on the path and curved slightly away. There were no partial impressions, no scuffs, no little shoe marks leading up to the bark. No sign of anyone having stood there, jumped, climbed, dug in heels. Nothing. The only evidence of any human presence on that stretch of trail was me. The boy must have seen my eyes scanning because his smile shifted minutely. It did not relax. It stretched. The muscles around his mouth twitched, not in a natural way, but like the expression had been stamped on, and parts of his face were trying to catch up to it. For a second, the urge to bolt back to my own back door nearly overwhelmed everything else. But the sight of an actual child, skinny wrists, damp hair, clothes caked in snow, triggered something stubborn and protective in me instead. "Hey," I called up, my voice echoing strangely off the trees. "What are you doing up there?" He did not answer. "Are you okay?" I tried again. My words puffed white and vanished. "Where are your parents?" His smile did not change. He tilted his head a fraction to the side, like a dog listening to an unfamiliar noise. "Do you live around here?" I asked, aware that I was babbling but unable to stop. "It's really late. It's freezing. You shouldn't be out here, man." He blinked, then once, very slow. The movement was almost unsettling in itself after how long he had been staring. When he finally spoke, his voice floated down so clearly it was like we were standing in the same room. "It's easy," he said, fingers flexing slightly on the branch, "if you don't fall." There was no shiver in his tone, no teeth chattering, just calm, matter-of-fact words, as if he were explaining a simple game I had never learned. That's not my question," I said, heart thumping harder now. "How did you get up there in the first place? Did someone help you? Is there a ladder or something?" I glanced around automatically, searching for any sign of a grown-up, a forgotten step stool, anything. The headlamp showed only snowbrush, the cold gleam of the ditch. No tracks on the far side, no impressions in the drifts. "You came late this time," the boy said, ignoring everything I had just asked. That sentence landed heavier than the others. Late this time. He said it casually, but my stomach tightened around the words. The way he phrased it made it sound like my being here tonight was not random at all. Like there had been other nights, other attempts, other times. "What do you mean, this time?" I asked. Have you seen me out here before?" He did not respond. The grin stayed pasted on his face. Snow clung to his hair in little white crowns. I suddenly realized that despite the way he spoke, I had not seen him take a single, proper breath. His chest did not rise and fall in any rhythm I could pick out. He was perfectly still on that branch, as if he had been carved there. The logic part of my brain started to splinter. There were kids in the subdivision, yes, but not here. Not now. Not on a branch with no tracks beneath it. There were ways to get into dumb situations, climb from another tree, get boosted by a friend, but the snow should have recorded those choices somewhere. Snow tells the truth about where you have been. And yet, here he was. And here I was. And there was nothing between us but air and questions. I swallowed and took a hesitant step closer, boots sinking deeper, where the trail dipped. "Listen, I said you really shouldn't stay up there. It's slippery. If you fall..." I did not get to finish that sentence. His fingers tightened on the branch. I saw the tendons stand out pale against the bark. Very slowly, with the kind of deliberate control that makes acrobats look calm on tight ropes, he began to straighten his legs. In one smooth motion, he rose from the crouch to stand upright on the branch. He did not hold his arms out for balance the way I expected. He let go of the wood completely, letting his hands dangle at his sides. The snow under his shoes did not seem to shift at all. For a moment, he stood there 20 feet above the trail, small and thin and impossibly steady, framed by black branches and falling white. The branch itself reacted more honestly than he did. It flexed under his weight just enough for the snow along it to crack in a hairline fracture and tremble. A few clumps fell, drifting down past his ankles. Every muscle in my body tensed, my mind filled with images of broken necks, split skulls, caved-in chests. The medical horror of it flashed through my head in full color, even as I opened my mouth and yelled, "Hey, stop!" He looked down at me. For the first time, his smile shifted in a way that felt intentional. It widened, then flattened, stretching his lips too far across his teeth. His eyes seemed to get darker, though I could not have said whether it was a trick of the light or something else. "Watch," he said. His voice was still that same soft, almost amused tone, but there was something under it now. Not anger, not malice, something like disappointment, old and tired. You never watch it right. For a second, I thought he was just trying to scare me. Kids do that. They wobble on chairs, they lean out over railings, they flirt with the edge because they think the adult will flinch and they will get a laugh out of it. That is what I wanted this to be. Something stupid and reckless and human. He shifted his weight backward just a little, like he was testing how far he could go. "Hey," I said, my voice cracking in the cold air. "Stop. Seriously. You're gonna..." He took one step back. The snow under his sneakers did not crumble the way it should have. It flaked and bent in a thin white line, but the branch held. His arms stayed loose at his sides. He did not reach for the trunk. He did not bend his knees. Then he leaned, not the hesitant, panicked lean of someone losing their balance. This was deliberate. He tipped backward, like a board, his whole body moving in one clean motion, his gaze still pinned to mine. For a fraction of a second, he was parallel to the ground, his hair hanging straight down, mouth still stretched in that wrong, too wide smile. "Wait!" I shouted. By the time the word left my mouth, he was falling. The headlamp caught him in a stuttering sequence as my head jerked up and back to follow. Gray hoodie, thin arms, pale fingers, that impossibly steady face. Then the beam skipped past him, blinded by a burst of reflected white as the snow between us exploded upward. I lost him in the blizzard of it. There was a sound as he fell. Not a scream. Not the panicked flailing noise a normal kid would make on the way down. It was the wind ripping past his clothes, a low, rushing hiss that cut through the static whisper of the snowfall. Then there was the impact. It was heavy and flat, a solid whump that I felt more than heard the way you feel someone dropping a full box on the floor above you. The ground seemed to jump under my boots. Snow leapt in a ring from the point of impact, spraying up in an arc that caught the headlamp's beam and turned it into a halo of flying crystals. I screamed a hoarse, useless burst of sound that vanished into the trees. My body moved before my mind could catch up. I ran. My boots punched deep into the snow, the crust breaking under the sudden force, sending cold powder up over the tops. I stumbled once, caught myself, and kept going, eyes locked on the spot under the branch where the spray had come from. My heart was hammering so hard, it felt like it was trying to get out of my throat. My lungs burned from the cold air as I dragged in breath after breath that never felt like enough. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket with one hand, already thinking about 911, about how I would explain about how badly a 9 or 10-year-old could be hurt from a fall like that. People die from shorter falls. They break spines, skulls, I had seen a medical chart once stupidly Googling one night when I could not sleep. 20 feet might as well be a second story. "Hey," I shouted again. "Hey, can you hear me? Just hold still, do not move. I am right." I skidded to a stop. The headlamp beam swung down, illuminating the ground where he should have been. There was a depression in the snow. An oblong hollow about the size of a child, laid out flat, the edges sharply defined, where the weight had hit and pushed the layer down. The snow around it was still disturbed from the impact, chunks flung outward, icy crumbs scattered. The hollow was empty. No body, no limbs, no gray hoodie, no tangled hair, no thin arms flung out at a bad angle. Just the outline of where something had landed, and nothing inside it. I stared, panting my breath, fogging the edge of the beam. My brain scrambled for explanations again, tripping over itself. Maybe he had rolled. Maybe momentum had carried him, thrown him to the side. I flicked the light, left, then right. Nothing. No drag marks where someone's clothes had caught and pulled. No streaks of melted snow colored by blood or dirty fabric. No foot-shaped impressions running away. The only tracks in that fresh layer were my own. I could see exactly where my boots had come down the deep double prints leading from the trail to this spot, the place where I had slid and dug a heel in to stop. I turned slowly in place, sweeping the light in a widening circle. Trees, brush, the dark trough of the ditch, fence, trail, white, white, white. He was nowhere. For a moment, all I could hear was the sound inside my own head. My pulse thudding against my eardrums, the blood rushing in my neck, the ragged drag of each breath. The outside world went muffled, as if someone had stuffed cotton into my ears. What? It was not even a question, just air leaking out in a word shape. It was wrong. The snow told one story, and reality was refusing to go along with it. I do not know how long I stood there, hunched over that empty imprint headlamp beam, shaking just enough to make the shadows seem alive. 5 seconds. 30. A minute. Long enough for the first thin film of new snow to begin to soften the edges of the hollow. Long enough that I noticed just how completely everything else had gone silent. The highway noise was gone. No distant engines, no coyote, no wind in the branches. Nothing. In that absolute quiet, another sound slipped in so close and so clear it might as well have been inside my head. Too slow again. The voice was right at my right ear. Not above, not ahead, not coming from the branch. It brushed the edge of my ear canal, warm and soft, like someone leaning in from just behind my shoulder. I did not have time to turn. I did not even finish the flinch. Something hit my back. It was not a shove, not a punch. It landed on me, a compact weight smaller than an adult, but heavier than I would have expected from a boy that size, slammed into the space between my shoulder blades and drove me forward a step. My boots slid, snow compressing under them, with a harsh, grinding crunch as all my balance was yanked out from under me. Arms thin but strong wrapped around my neck from behind, legs clamped around my waist. The impact knocked the breath out of me, an ugly grunt tearing free as my chest seized. For a split second, my mind refused to connect what was happening with the empty space in front of me. Every instinct I had was too busy screaming, "Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" The hands at my throat were small. The fingers did not feel like a child's. They were too cold for one thing, cold in a way that did not feel like weather. Not chilled, not numb. They felt like stone that had been sitting in a freezer. When they grabbed the front of my jacket, I could feel the bite of that cold through the fabric, a searing chill that sank straight into my skin. They were strong. The thumbs dug in just under my jawline. The other fingers dug into the collar of my coat, finding purchase like hooks. It was not quite strangling yet, but it was close pressure building where my throat met my chest. Against the back of my neck, just above the collar, I felt a face press in. The fabric of his hoodie, damp and gritty with snow, scraped my skin through the layer of my own clothing. It smelled wrong, not just wet cloth, but something sour and stale, like laundry left in a washer too long. Under that faint and disturbing was the smell of earth, old and cold and closed. He laughed. The sound was so close, it turned into a vibration against my spine. It did not sound like the small, bright giggle I had imagined outside someone's window earlier. It sounded like a recording played too fast, high, and jittery with tiny catches in it, where the audio seemed to skip forward half a second and back again. My legs buckled. For a brief, dizzy moment, we were both falling. I dug my boots in, fighting for traction. The snow compacted under the sudden weight, making a loud, ugly crunching noise, like styrofoam being crushed in someone's hands. "Get off me!" I choked my voice, strangled by the angle of his grip. I grabbed at the arms locked around my neck. The sleeves of the hoodie were soaked through and rough under my gloves. When my fingers closed on his wrists, I expected the give of flesh. What I felt instead was something hard, like thin branches wrapped in wet cloth. His bones, if that was what they were, did not flex the way they should have. They felt rigid, almost jointless, as if they had been set into place a long time ago and had forgotten how to move any other way. His nails or fingers or whatever was at the ends of his hands, raked along the exposed bit of skin where my jacket did not quite meet my collar. I heard the sound more than I felt it at first, a dry, rasping scritch-scritch, like someone dragging brittle twigs down a painted wall. There was no slickness to it, no wet squelch, just the scrape of something sharp over something softer. Pain came a second later, a hot line of fire along the side of my neck. My vision fuzzed at the edges. The headlamp beam jittered wildly, flinging light against trunks and branches in a frantic strobe. He tightened his grip and pulled. The world narrowed down. Snow, breath, pressure. The taste of metal at the back of my tongue. I felt my knees wanting to fold my hands, scrambling at those stone-cold wrists, my brain throwing out images of me collapsing face first into the snow, with this thing still attached to me. I did the only thing I could think of that did not involve going down. I threw myself backward. There was a tree a couple of steps behind me, one of the thinner cottonwoods lining the path. I could not see it, but I had walked this stretch enough times that my body knew it was there. I bent my knees just enough to get momentum, and then launched myself rearward with everything I had left, driving my boots into the snow for purchase. For a split second, all three of us, me the boy on my back, and the trunk I could not see, were moving toward each other at the same speed. The impact was bone deep. My shoulders hit the tree first, the bark slamming into my upper back through the padding of my jacket. My head whipped back and clipped the trunk a split second later, sending a white flash through my vision. I heard the sound of it travel through my skull, a hollow, wet thunk that made my teeth ache. Between me and the tree, whatever was clinging to me took the brunt of it. I felt those two hard arms jolt fingers spasming against my throat. The grip around my waist loosened. For a moment, there was a crushing pressure as he was pinned between my spine and the bark. Then, The weight was gone. It did not slide off me. It did not tumble down my legs. It simply vanished. 1 second, there were legs locked around my hips and hands at my collarbone. The next, there was nothing but the echo of the force and the taste of cold air rushing back into my lungs. I staggered forward, gasping hands going to my neck. My fingers came away tingling, clumsy with adrenaline. I heard myself making small, panicked sounds, not quite words. The headlamp beam swung wild and then steadied, painting the ground in front of me. My footprints were a mess here, overlapping, and churned up where I had struggled, where I had launched backward, where I had slammed into the tree. Clumps of snow were scattered, kicked aside. The bark behind me showed a fresh, dark scuff at shoulder height where my jacket had hit. Beyond that chaos, the trail smoothed out again. The neat line of my steps from earlier led back toward the parking lot, each print a dark oval in the white. At the edge of my vision, something else moved. For a heartbeat, I could have sworn I saw a second set of prints beside mine. Smaller, closer together. Each one just a little shallower than the last, as if someone light was walking parallel to me, matching my stride for stride. I blinked, trying to focus. A gust of wind funneled down the trail, not strong, just enough to stir the surface of the snow. The flakes coming down thickened for a moment, swirling. In the space of a few seconds, the suggestion of those little prints blurred, smudged, and then smoothed over completely. The world started to tilt. The trees around me seemed to lean in their trunks, bowing gently toward the trail. The edges of my vision turned gray, then darker. The headlamp's light grew dimmer, not because the battery was dying, but because whatever was behind my eyes was shutting down. The highway was gone. The coyotes, if there were any, were gone. The only sound left was my own breathing, ragged and uneven, and the faint, relentless whisper of snow landing on snow. I remember trying to take one more step, to get my boot into the next print, to move toward the yellow halo of the lot that I could no longer actually see. I do not know if I made it. The dark came down fast after that, heavy and complete. The last thing I remember from out there was not the cold or the pain. It was the feeling that whatever had its hands around my neck had been waiting way too long to finally touch me. The first sound I remember is the beeping, not the slow, echoing kind of noise from the highway or the dry crunch of snow under my boots. This was sharp and insistent right next to my head, each beep carving out a little slice of silence and then leaving it hanging there. Beep. Pause. Beep. I tried to move my hand to swat at whatever alarm I had managed to sleep through, but my arm felt like it belonged to someone else. Heavy, wrapped in sand. The effort sent a dull ache from my shoulder up into my neck and down behind my eyes. When I forced my eyelids open, the world was too bright. Fluorescent light flooded everything, that flat buzzing white that makes skin look sick and shadows look fake. The ceiling above me was a grid of panels, some stained a little yellow at the edges, some newer. One of them had a hairline crack running corner to corner. I tracked it with my eyes until the room started to tilt, then stopped. A plastic smell hit me next, antiseptic, and something rubbery mixed with the faint sourness of too many people breathing the same air. Under that, there was a cold chemical scent that made me think of wet wipes and bleach. I was not outside anymore. I was not in the snow. I was lying on something narrow and hard, covered in stiff sheets that rustled when I tried to adjust my legs. The beeping sped up as my heart decided to catch up with the rest of me. "Hey there," a voice said, close to my left ear. "Stay with me, okay? You're all right." I turned my head toward the sound and immediately regretted it. Pain stabbed through the right side of my skull, radiating toward my jaw. For a second, my vision went gray around the edges again. I gritted my teeth and squeezed my eyes shut until it passed. When I opened them, a face swam into view. A woman in scrubs, a light blue mask pulled down under her chin, brown hair shoved into a messy bun. Her badge hung from a retractable clip, but the letters were too blurry for me to read. She had one hand on the side rail of the bed, the other holding something that looked like a small flashlight. "Do you know where you are?" she asked. My tongue felt thick. "My house," I tried. It came out wrong, slurred, and too quiet. She smiled, the practiced, reassuring kind of smile you learn in customer service jobs and keep for the rest of your life. "You're at St. Luke's," she said. "In the ER. You had a bit of a fall." Her words echoed in my head. St. Luke's, ER fall. None of it lined up with where I thought I should be under a cottonwood branch, snow in my collar, a weight on my back. "Can you tell me your name?" she asked. I did. It sounded more normal that time, though my throat still burned on the way out. She nodded like I had passed some small test. "And what day is it?" For a second, I pictured my kitchen table, my laptop screen with the timestamp on the last ticket I had closed. 11-something late January weekday night. I gave her the date I thought it was. She checked a watch pinned upside down on her chest and nodded again. "Good," she said. "You're doing great." The beeping slowed a little. She clicked the small light on and lifted it toward my face. "I'm going to check your pupils, okay? Just look straight ahead." The light stabbed into my eyes one at a time, turning the world into a white smear, and then a negative image. She murmured something under her breath, reactive and equal, then clicked the light off and clipped it back to her pocket. My neck hurt. It hurt in a way that was very specific. A band of raw, burning sensation across the front, a deeper ache in the muscles at the sides, a throbbing at the base of my skull. When I shifted my shoulders, something tugged against my skin. My right arm was pinned down by a blood pressure cuff. An IV line snaked into the back of my hand, taped in place. I lifted my left hand, slow and cautious, and touched the front of my neck. Fingers met soft fabric, first a bandage wrapped snugly, but not tight, the kind nurses use when they do not want you pulling at stitches. Under that, through the padding, I could feel lines of tenderness raised and hot. The realization that I was wrapped there specifically sent a fresh shot of adrenaline through me. The monitor beeped faster again. "Easy," the nurse said, putting a hand lightly on my wrist. "You're safe. You're in the hospital. You gave yourself a scare, but you're okay." What happened?" I asked. My voice was rough, a dry scrape. She glanced up at the monitor, then back at me. "We'll let the doctor go over all that with you in a minute. Right now, I just want to make sure you're awake and oriented." The words tangled in my throat. Snow. The trail. The boy on the branch. The fall. The hands. I was outside. "Yeah." She nodded. "You were found outside. Do you remember going for a walk? I tried to piece the timeline together. I went out back. I could see it when I closed my eyes. The parking lot lights, the sign, the trail. It was snowing. The forecast was wrong. That's Colorado for you," she said lightly, like we were talking about traffic. "Do you remember falling?" I remembered my head hitting the tree. I remembered launching myself backward using the trunk like a weapon. I remembered the shock of impact. I remembered the way the world had narrowed around me, the sound of snow closing in. I remember I started, then stopped. What was I supposed to say? That I remembered a boy stepping off a branch and landing without landing. That I remembered hands like ice digging into my throat and a voice in my ear saying I was too slow. Someone pushed me, I said, and even that felt like a lie, stripped down to something less insane. The nurse's eyes flicked to my neck for a second. Her mouth flattened just at the corners. Well, she said carefully, what we know so far is that a neighbor walking their dog called 911. They found you lying near the edge of, what did they call it? The greenbelt. Just behind your parking lot. I nodded the motion, sending a dull ache up into my skull. They said you were breathing, but unresponsive. EMS got there in about 10 minutes. You were pretty cold, but your vitals were stable. They brought you in, we warmed you up, did some scans. How long was I out there? I asked. She glanced at the monitor again, or maybe at the chart hanging at the foot of the bed. Looks like around half an hour, maybe 40 minutes from when you left your house to when you were found. That's an estimate, though. Half an hour. That was all. It felt like hours had passed between stepping off my back step and hitting that tree. Outside the room, somewhere down the hall, a cart rolled by wheels, rattling over a threshold. A television in what must have been the waiting area droned the sound, muffled through the curtains. Newscasters talking about the storm, about road closures, about accidents on I-25. The word whiteout floated in and out of range. The sounds felt wrong, layered over my last clear memory of silence, like someone had started playing two different tracks at once. Can you sit up a little? The nurse asked. The doctor will be here in a second. She raised the head of the bed with a button, the motor whining softly. My stomach rolled as the angle changed, but the world stayed mostly in place. I brought my hand back to my neck more gently this time, pressing my fingertips around the edges of the bandage, trying to map the damage beneath. It stung where I pressed. The skin under there throbbed, but there was no sticky dampness, no sense of something torn wide open. Just lines of pain, like someone had dragged something sharp across the surface a few times, without going deep. A shadow appeared at the curtain. Then a man in a white coat stepped in, pulling it a bit more closed behind him. He had gray at his temples, a tablet in one hand, a stethoscope looped around his neck. "Good evening," he said, which struck me as oddly polite under the circumstances. "I'm Dr. Klein. How's your head feeling?" "Like I lost an argument with a tree," I said before I could stop myself. He huffed a short, almost laugh at that. "That's not far from the truth," he said, tapping on his tablet. "You gave us a little excitement. Took a decent knock, but the CT scan looks good. No bleeding, no fractures. You're very lucky." He stepped closer, shone another small light into each of my eyes, in turn the way the nurse had. "Follow my finger," he said, moving his index finger back and forth. I did. The room slid a little, but I kept it together. "How's the nausea? Any double vision?" "No," I said. "Just fuzzy." "That's normal." He nodded. "You've got a mild concussion. You're going to feel off for a few days. Headache, fatigue, maybe some trouble concentrating. Take it easy on the screens if you can." "You said I hit a tree," I asked. "According to EMS, there's a tree right near where you were found. Based on the bruising pattern and the abrasion on the back of your head, it looks like you went into it pretty hard." He reached out and very gently touched the back of my skull fingers, probing through my hair. I winced when he found the tender spot. He nodded again, more to himself than to me. "And my neck?" I asked. I could hear the tightness in my own voice. He peeled back a corner of the bandage to look. Cool air hit the dampness underneath, making the skin there zing. "You've got some fairly deep superficial abrasions," he said. "Front and side. No punctures, no sign of strangulation. We cleaned them out and dressed them. They'll sting like hell for a bit, but they'll heal. Abrasions from what I pushed." He hesitated just long enough for me to notice. "Branches, most likely," he said finally. "You're lucky, actually. This could have been a lot worse. People break their necks in falls like that. Yours just looks scraped. Scraped." I pictured those hands again, small and ice-cold, digging into the collar of my jacket. The way whatever was under his sleeves had felt too rigid, too deliberate. The dry, rasping sound when he dragged his nails across my skin. "Did you?" I started. "I mean, did anyone say anything about handprints? Or..." I trailed off suddenly, very aware of how crazy it would sound to suggest that a kid had latched onto my throat in the middle of a soccer mom suburb. Dr. Klein shook his head. "Nothing like that in the report," he said. "No defensive wounds on your hands, no bruising pattern consistent with someone grabbing you. Just the scrapes. Honestly, it looks like you probably caught your neck on something on the way down. A lower branch, maybe. Or the bark." He said it with the easy assurance of someone who has seen a lot of people hurt themselves in stupid ways and knows how to slot each injury into a tidy category. A fall. A tree. Branches. What he described was simple, clean, contained. What I remembered was not. I opened my mouth. "There was a boy," I said, "in the tree." The nurse and the doctor both looked at me, then really looked. Not unkindly, not like I was dangerous, just carefully, like they had heard similar things from others who had woken up under these lights with gaps in their memories. "A boy," Dr. Klein repeated. "In the branch above the trail," I said. My voice shook. He fell. He should have been on the ground, but he wasn't. And I stopped myself the rest of the sentence, tangling against my teeth. And then he was on my back. And then he was laughing into my neck. And then he was gone. Dr. Klein nodded slowly in that way people do when they are not agreeing so much as acknowledging that you have spoken. "Head injuries can cause some pretty vivid experiences," he said. "Dreamlike stuff. Especially when you're already stressed or exhausted. The important thing is that your scans are clear and you're stable. We're going to keep you for a bit longer, monitor you, then send you home with instructions." He patted the rail of the bed, already half turned toward the curtain. "Rest," he said. "Hydrate. No solo hikes in snowstorms for a while, all right?" They moved on to the next patient after that. The nurse adjusted my IV, checked the tape on my bandage, then disappeared down the aisle, leaving me with the hum of machines and the flicker of the TV in the waiting room. The beeping next to my head seemed louder now, pressing into the silence between us. According to everyone in this building, I had slipped, hit my head on a tree, scraped my neck on some branches, and blacked out in the snow. No one said anything about hands, or voices, or the fact that if it had just been a fall, there was no reason for me to still feel under the bandage and antiseptic and fluorescent glare. The ghost of small, frozen fingers curled around my throat. He showed up a couple of hours after the doctor left, once the beeping had faded into background noise and the morphine had taken the sharpest edges off my neck. I heard him before I saw him. Heavy steps in the hall, rubber soles on linoleum, the soft squeak of a jacket that had not had time to dry. Then the curtain rattled and parted, and a man stepped in wearing a dark winter coat with a Denver PD patch on the sleeve, snow still melting on the shoulders. He was in his 40s, maybe thick hands, tired eyes. He carried a small spiral notebook and a ballpoint pen, and he smelled like cold air, wet polyester, and coffee that had been sitting on a burner too long. "Evening," he said, voice low so it did not carry past the curtain. "You up for a few questions?" I nodded my neck, protesting the movement. He pulled the curtain mostly closed behind him and dragged the plastic visitor chair closer to the bed. It squeaked across the floor, a cheap, hollow noise that made me wince. "Name's Officer Parks," he said, flipping the notebook open and clicking the pen. "They said you were found unconscious near the open space behind your complex. Standard procedure. We just want to get a sense of what happened." He settled into the chair jacket, creaking, and looked at me over the top of the notebook. Up close, I could see the little details, salt lines on his boots, a nick on his knuckle, the faint impression of his wedding ring, even though he was not wearing it. His hair was damp at the temples, like he had come straight from the scene. "You mind confirming your full name and date of birth for me?" he asked. I did. He jotted it down, the pen scratching on paper. "All right," he said. "Best you can remember, walk me through last night, starting with when you left your place." I stared past him for a second, at the wall-mounted TV playing muted news, the scrolling ticker talking about pileups on I-25, and multi-car crashes near Fort Collins. The storm footage on the screen did not look like the snow behind my house. It looked messier, louder, less personal. "I finished work around 11, I said. A little after, I went to the kitchen to get some water, looked out the back door, and saw it was snowing." He nodded as he wrote. "Forecast didn't call for it," he said. Not a question. Just a statement. "No," I said. All the apps said clear. 0%. "Okay. Then what?" I decided to go for a walk, I said, feeling a little stupid saying it out loud. I do that when it snows. I put on my jacket, boots, headlamp, went out the back across the parking lot onto the trail. He made a small, non-committal sound and scribbled. "Anyone with you?" he asked. "Roommate, neighbor, friend?" "No," I said. "I live alone." The fact landed between us with a small, cold weight. He did not react, but I saw the tiniest shift in his posture, like a piece of a mental puzzle had clicked into place. "Had you been drinking at all?" he asked. "Or taking anything? Prescription meds, sleep aids, edibles, anything like that?" I shook my head, then regretted it as the room tilted. "No," I said. I had a beer earlier with dinner, hours before. That's it. Any history of seizures? Fainting, sleepwalking?" he went on. "Mental health stuff, anxiety, depression, anything you're being treated for?" "No seizures," I said. "No fainting. I get stressed. Work. But nothing like that. No meds." He wrote as I talked, his face-neutral eyes flicking up every few seconds like he was checking for cracks in the story. "All right," he said after a moment. "Now tell me about what you remember out there." I took a breath, felt the bandage on my neck stretch against raw skin, and tried to line the night up in my head in a way that did not sound insane. "The trail was really quiet," I said. "Quieter than usual." I walked in a bit. I remember the snow the way it sounded. The highway felt far away. He did not write that. He just waited. "There's this big branch over the path," I said, like an arch. I stopped under it. I turned my headlamp off for a minute, just to listen. The memory of that thick silence slid over me again, even here under fluorescent lights. And then, he prompted. I heard someone say, "Hi," I said. Right behind me, a kid's voice. Close. Officer Park's pen hovered for a second, then started moving again. "You turned around?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. But there was no one there. I thought maybe it was an echo or a TV or something. I turned my light back on, looked around. I could hear myself getting faster, my words tripping a little. I forced myself to slow down. Then the voice came again, I said. From above this time. It said, "Up here." He glanced up from the notebook, studying my face. I looked up, I went on. There was a boy sitting on the branch above the trail. Hoodie jeans, no hat, just watching me. How old, Parks asked. 9, maybe 10, I said. It was hard to tell, but young. The officer's expression did not change, but the air between us felt different now. Thinner. He shouldn't have been out there, I said. It was after 11. It was really cold, and the branch he was on is about 20 feet up. The trunk is straight. There's no low branches. When I looked down, there were no footprints under the tree, just mine on the path. "You're sure," Parks said, "about the prints?" "Yes," I said, maybe too quickly. I check that kind of thing. I know it sounds weird, but I do. And then, what he asked. His pen did not stop moving. I asked him if he was okay, I said. Where his parents were. How he got up there. He said it was easy if you don't fall. I heard the absurdity of it as I said it to a man in a uniform taking notes. He said I came late this time. I added quietly. Park's pen paused for half a beat on the page. Then he stood up on the branch, I said. Told me to watch. And he fell. Just leaned back and fell. The beeping next to my head sped up in sympathy with my heart. I saw him hit the ground, I said. I saw where he hit. There was a mark in the snow like something landed. I ran over to him, but when I got there, there was nothing in it. No boy, just the depression. Parks was not writing now. He was just watching me, the notebook resting against his knee. I looked around, I said. There were no other footprints, only mine. And then I heard him again. He said, too slow again. Right here. I touched the space just behind my right ear, where the voice had brushed the edge of my hearing. And something jumped on my back, I said. Arms around my neck, legs around my waist. It was small, but strong. Hands were cold, like stone. My throat tightened around the rest. It dug its fingers into my collar. It laughed into my spine. It scraped lines of fire across my neck. I backed into a tree. I finished a little lamely. I hit it hard. I think that's when I blacked out. The room felt smaller now. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder. The smell of antiseptic seemed sharper, almost chemical. Officer Parks sat there for a few long seconds, pen resting motionless in the crease of the notebook. His face stayed carefully neutral, that cop expression that says, I have heard stranger things, whether or not it is true. Okay, he said eventually. His tone had shifted by a few degrees, still calm, but more clinical. Thank you for walking me through that. Head injuries can really mess with your memory. You did the right thing not trying to move around too much once you got hit. I didn't just fall, I said, hearing the edge creep into my voice. Someone was on me. He didn't argue. He just flipped to a new page and went back to the safer questions. We'll follow up, he said. For what it's worth, there were some kids' footprints seen out there earlier this week. We'll talk to the families, see if anyone was out late last night. In the meantime, you got anyone who can stay with you once you're discharged? The question landed hard. Do you live alone had been easy enough to answer as a fact. Being reminded what it meant now in this context was worse. My brother's in Boulder, I said. Friends are busy. I'll be okay. He wrote something, then closed the notebook with a soft snap. All right, he said, standing. His jacket rustled. I'll leave my card with the nurse. If you remember anything else, even if it seems weird or small, give me a call. Yeah. He left a white rectangle on the rolling table, nodded once, and slipped back through the curtain, taking the smell of snow and old coffee with him. For a while after that, all I could hear was the monitor and the TV out in the waiting room. The sounds of the hospital felt too loud, like they were trying to drown out the memory of that silence under the tree. They discharged me the next afternoon with a stack of papers and a bottle of painkillers. My neck throbbed with every bump of the Uber ride home. The sky over the complex was a washed-out gray. Most of the snow in the lot had been plowed into dirty mounds at the corners. The greenbelt looked harmless again, just a strip of white and brown behind the row of cars. I slept badly on the couch, waking up every hour to phantom pressure on my chest, the imagined scrape of nails at my throat. By late morning, I gave up and made coffee, moving slowly like an old man. I was standing in my kitchen, the bandage on my neck itching under the tape, when my phone rang on the counter. Unknown number, local area code. I answered. Hello, hi, this is Officer Parks, the voice said. We spoke last night at St. Luke's. The smell of hospital antiseptic came back so vividly I could almost taste it. Yeah, I said. Hi. You got a minute? He asked. Sure. I leaned one hip against the counter. The fridge hummed behind me. Outside through the glass door, I could see a neighbor slam their car door and jog inside the muffled thunk carrying through the walls. We went out this morning to take a look at the area you described, Parks said. His tone was even, but there was a tightness under it now, like a string pulled almost, but not quite to snapping. Weather held long enough for us to see whatever was left of the tracks. My heart sped up. Okay, I said. We started at your back door, he went on. There's a small stoop there, right? Footprints leading off it into the lot. Yeah, I said. I could see them in my mind from the night before, dark shapes punched into fresh white. We followed those, he said, across the parking lot toward the open space sign onto the trail. One set of prints, same tread pattern all the way. Depth and stride are consistent with your height and weight. He paused. I realized I was holding my breath. They go in along the path, he said, right up to the spot where the neighbor says they found you. We saw where the snow was disturbed there. Looks like you went down, tried to get back up, maybe took a step or two. Then nothing. No more impressions after. That just drift. The fridge compressor clicked off, plunging the kitchen into a denser kind of quiet. What about the other ones? I asked. My mouth was dry. The smaller prints, the impact spot under the tree. There were no other prints, he said. His voice did not change, but he stopped pretending this was just a routine follow-up. We checked both sides of the tree line, the ditch, the base of the trunk. If there had been somebody else out there with you, especially a kid, we'd expect to see something. But there's just you. He let that sit for a beat. As for a fall from a branch, he added, we didn't see any indentation consistent with that. A lot of fresh snow last night, a lot of drifting. Honestly, from what we can see, it looks like you walked out there alone, went down and stayed down until the neighbor found you. The words wrapped around my chest, like cold fingers. So you're saying, I started. I'm saying, he cut in gently, that what you remember, and what the snow shows us aren't lining up. You took a hard hit to the head. Concussions can play hell with your perception, fill in the blanks, with some pretty intense stuff. Through the phone, I could hear a faint roar. Maybe the station's ventilation system, maybe traffic outside. It made his silence between sentences feel heavier. "Look," he said softer now. "I'm not calling you a liar, all right? I'm just telling you what we have to go on. No other footprints. No reports of a missing kid. No neighbors seeing anyone else out there. Most likely scenario, you slipped, hit the tree, and your brain took that impact and built something around it. Something I repeated. Your mind filling in the gaps," he said. "It happens more than you'd think. Sometimes that's easier to accept than the idea that you just dropped out there alone." The fridge kicked back on with a low rumble. Outside somewhere down the row, a door slammed and a car alarm chirped once, twice. In the reflection on the glass door, I could see myself, pale, tired, a white band of gauze around my neck. The edge of the bandage had come loose at the top. Red lines peeked out underneath, thin and angry, curving, just enough that they almost looked like the arcs of fingers curling in. "I've got to get to another call," Parks said. "If you think of anything else concrete, anyone who might have been out there, any neighbor with kids who fits what you saw, let me know. Otherwise, my advice, take it easy. Stay inside during the storms for a while." "Yeah," I said. "Okay." We said goodbye. The line clicked dead. I stood there for a long moment, the phone still in my hand, listening to the normal sounds of my house, the hum of the fridge, the faint thud of footsteps from the unit next door, the distant, comforting wash of traffic on I-25. Then I went to the bathroom and peeled the bandage away from my neck. In the mirror under the fluorescent light that suddenly felt too close to the ones at St. Luke's, I saw the scratches. 4 of them on one side, a shorter one on the other. They were red and raised, curving slightly, not straight like a branch would have done. Not random. I lifted my hand and lined my fingers up next to them. They fit too well. Officer Park's words echoed in my head. Your mind filling in the gaps as I stared at my own reflection and tried to decide which scared me more. The idea that my brain had invented a boy in a tree and hands on my throat, or the possibility that something had been out there with me, close enough to leave marks, and the snow had decided not to tell on it. They tell you to rest after a concussion, but nobody warns you what it is like to rest in the exact place. Something you cannot explain just tried to kill you. The first night back, my townhome felt smaller than I remembered. The living room, the kitchen, the stairs, it all seemed pushed in a few inches on each side. The bandage around my neck tugged when I turned my head. My skull pulsed in time with my heartbeat, a dull throb behind my eyes. I dropped the hospital paperwork on the kitchen table next to the cold, abandoned mug from the night before, and just stood there for a minute, staring at the sliding glass door. In the daylight, the parking lot looked harmless. Plows had pushed the snow into gray ridges along the edges. A couple of trucks sat crooked in their spots, half cleaned off. The greenbelt was just a strip of white between brown trunks and fences. If you did not know what it looked like at 11 p.m. under heavy snow, you would never guess. It took a full minute before the thought finally surfaced, clear and sharp. The camera. I actually said it out loud. The camera, like I was in a bad movie and needed to feed the audience a hint. The nest was still up there under the eaves, a little white rectangle clinging to the siding above the door. I could see it in the reflection of the glass aimed just over my shoulder. It had a better view of last night than I did. My hand went to my neck, automatically feeling the edges of the bandage. The scratches under it burned in response, as if I had just reminded them they existed. If I was going to prove to myself, if no one else, that I had not just slipped and invented a ghost to fill in the blanks, this was it. The hospital said I'd hit my head. The cop said the snow did not back me up. The only thing left with no opinion either way was a cheap consumer-grade camera mounted to aluminum siding. I sat down at the kitchen table, the chair scraping softly against the floor. The house was quiet, in a way that finally felt like a house fridge, humming neighbor's washer, thumping faintly through the wall, the occasional whoosh from the heater as it cycled on. My laptop woke up in a wash of blue light when I opened it. The brightness made my eyes water. I blinked and typed with more care than usual, fingers just slightly clumsy on the keys. I navigated to the Nest site, logged in, watched the little spinning dots as it loaded my home. A thumbnail popped up of the view I knew by heart, the parking lot, the strip of greenbelt, a corner of my back stoop. Snow piles were visible now along the curbs. The interface looked exactly the way it always did. Gray background, white frame, neat little timeline bar at the bottom with colored marks where the motion detector had woken up. I shifted the trackpad, dragging the timeline back. There were the usual clusters of activity from earlier in the week, blue lines for general motion, green dots for people detected. UPS truck neighbor walking their dog meat carrying in groceries. I watched myself in fast forward, a sped up ghost with my clothes on. My heart started to pound for a different reason, now a sick, anticipatory adrenaline. Part of me wanted to slam the lid shut, take the doctor's advice, and just chalk everything up to my brain misfiring. Another part leaned forward, squinting at the tiny date and timestamps. I scrolled to last night. The little white dot jumped along the bar until it landed on the right date, 11:00 p.m. The exact time burned into my memory from the laptop clock before I stepped outside. There I was. The camera's view showed my kitchen lit up my own shape, moving through the frame. I watched the miniature version of myself cross from the living room into view, grab my jacket from the hook, shrug it on. The TV went dark as I clicked it off. The tiny me moved with the same tired stiffness I remembered feeling. I clicked play. I watched myself stand at the glass door, hand on the handle head tilted as if I could hear the snow. The little timestamp in the corner read 11:07 p.m. The snow behind the reflection was just starting to blanket the asphalt. My stomach twisted. The tiny me slid the door open. For a second, the camera view jumped as cold air must have hit the housing, causing the automatic exposure to adjust. Then it stabilized. I saw my own back as I stepped out onto the stoop, then down and out of frame. The timestamp ticked over to 11:08:57. The picture froze. A little gray text box popped up in the corner of the video window device offline, attempting to reconnect. The timeline bar under the frame went from blue and green segments to a dull, empty gray. No more dots, no more hash marks, just a flat sliding absence. I frowned and scrolled a little forward. The same offline notice stayed on screen. I dragged the cursor, watching the time jump, 11:09, 11:10, 11:11. The image stayed frozen on the last clear frame of my empty stoop and the parking lot beyond white static, barely perceptible in the background. 3 minutes. 4. Then, at 11:12, and some odd seconds, the text vanished. The frame flickered and the view came back as if nothing had happened. My back door closed. The lot unchanged except for a slightly thicker coating of snow. No sign of me. No sign of anything. I sat there and stared at that gap for a while, looking not at the frozen picture, but at the dead space on the timeline. 3, maybe 4 minutes, where according to the app, the camera had simply stopped existing. My thumb hovered over the trackpad. My neck burned hotter under the bandage. Concussion hallucination is one thing. Wi-Fi flaking during a storm is another. The two together, lining up perfectly with the only window of time where something truly wrong might have happened. That was harder to swallow. I clicked into the offline segment more out of stubbornness than expectation. The player window blinked. Static. Not the normal compression artifact noise you get on a low-light camera. This was actual visual static, white and gray flecks crawling across the entire frame like a TV tuned to nowhere. For several seconds, the whole window was a blizzard of noise, no recognizable shapes. I dragged the playback speed down to the lowest setting and moved the cursor one frame at a time. Static, static, static. My breathing got louder in my own ears. The fridge behind me shut off, leaving the kitchen suddenly noticeably quieter. I clicked again. For one single frame, the static dropped away. The picture that snapped into place was my parking lot, exactly as it had been the moment before the feed died. Cars in their spots, snow falling thick and straight under the sodium lights. The sliding door in the lower right corner of the image stood open an inch, just enough for black to show between the glass and the jamb. At the far left edge of the frame near the bottom, something gray intruded. A blurry vertical smear about the height a child's head would be if they were standing just under the camera, barely in its field of view. It could have been anything. Lens flare. A glitch. My breath caught anyway. I advanced one more frame. The smear was closer now, much closer. The parking lot was gone, replaced almost entirely by a pale, out-of-focus surface. It took me a second to realize what I was looking at: the curved glass of the camera's own dome, fogged slightly around the edges from cold and the closeness of whatever was in front of it. In the center of the frame, clear as a photograph, was a hand. Small. Narrow palm, long, thin fingers. The skin was the color of something that had been outside too long, drained of warmth, made gray by cold and bad light. Snow clung to the knuckles and the spaces between the fingers. The fingertips were flattened where they pressed directly against the lens, distorting slightly around the curve. The hand was not reaching. It was planted, braced, as if whoever it belonged to had leaned in and set it there very carefully. I did not realize I had stopped breathing until my chest started to hurt. The heater clicked off behind me at that exact second, the whoosh of warm air dying with a sigh. The house fell into a dense, woolly quiet that made the tiny click of my mouse as I paused the footage sound unnaturally loud. It felt exactly like that moment under the branch when all the HVAC units on my row had shut down at once. I sat like that for several beats, the paused frame of that hand filling the laptop screen, the whites of my own eyes reflected dimly in the glass as I leaned closer. Every rational thought I owned filed in to offer an explanation. Corrupted data, I told myself. The static could have lined up in a way that looked like a hand. Compression weirdness, ghosting from an earlier frame. Maybe one of the neighbor kids had jumped and swatted at the camera after I left a stupid prank and the Nest had stitched the frames together wrong. Except the device had been offline. Whatever those 3 frames were, they were not supposed to exist at all. The worst part was not the hand itself. It was the fact that in the second before, it appeared the boy I remembered had been nowhere near my back door. He had been 20 feet up in a tree in the dark, waiting for me at the midpoint of the trail. My skin crawled. I forced my fingers to move to drag the timeline forward another frame. The static came back swarming, obliterating the image of the hand, as if someone had thrown a sheet over the camera. 2 seconds of snowstorm TV and then clean picture again. Only this time, the view was not my parking lot. For a dizzy second, my brain refused to make sense of what I was seeing. The angle was wrong. The framing was wrong. The light was wrong. Instead of looking out from under the eaves above my sliding door, the camera now seemed to be looking out from somewhere higher and farther in. The top half of the frame showed the dark night sky and the dim smear of the office building across the road. The bottom half showed my siding, and below that the faint outline of my own bedroom window. From the outside, the glass was fogged from the heat inside the room, a soft, cloudy layer that made the lamplight behind it into a pale blob. On the outside of the pane, faint but unmistakable, there was a shape, a handprint, about the same size as the one from the previous frame. 5 long fingers splayed palm-pressed flat, the oils and moisture from the touch having smeared just enough to leave a ghostly outline that the camera caught at an angle. There was no jump cut showing anyone climbing, no motion of the camera itself being moved. 1 second, it was staring at its own lens from inches away. The next, it was somewhere it had never been mounted, looking at a window on the 2nd floor. I sat back so fast, my chair skidded an inch, the legs squealing against the floor. My heart hammered in my throat. The bandage on my neck felt suddenly too tight, too hot. Glitch, I whispered, because saying it out loud might make it more true. Data glitch. Someone hacked it. Some idiot hacked the feed and put in something. The thing about that theory was that it required a level of effort that did not match the payoff. You do not break into a stranger's cloud account and carefully splice 3 frames of nightmare into their security footage just for fun. You certainly do not also sneak around the side of their building, climb up into the greenbelt, and press your bare hand against their window in a snowstorm to complete the bit. My laptop screen dimmed slightly, the power saver warning that I had been staring without touching anything for too long. I jolted and slammed the lid shut, the image of that handprint disappearing in an instant. The kitchen felt claustrophobic. Before I could talk myself out of it, I pushed back from the table and climbed the stairs, taking them one at a time, because my head throbbed harder with each jolt. The hallway carpet muffled my steps. My bedroom door was open, the light off the dim gray of the overcast afternoon filtering in through the blinds. I crossed the room and stopped in front of the window. For a second, I saw nothing. Just my own faint reflection in the glass, the outlines of the neighbor's roofline beyond. Then I leaned closer. There it was. Not as sharp as in the Nest frame, not glowing. Just a smear, a patch of slightly cleaner glass in the vague shape of a hand about 4 or 5 feet up from the sill, right where someone standing outside would have had to stretch to reach. It looked like someone had pressed their palm to the window at some point, and then later, someone else had tried to wipe it away from the inside. The print had been broken, thinned, blurred, but not erased. I lifted my own hand and held it up, hovering just short of touching the glass. My fingers lined up almost exactly with the lingering outline on the other side. The size was wrong for me. Too small. Off by just enough to make the comparison feel like a joke. I pictured Officer Parks on the phone telling me about the single line of prints in the snow. I pictured Dr. Klein talking about my mind filling in gaps. I pictured the static on the nest feed the hand on the lens, the new impossible angle from somewhere it had never been. If I had made that boy up, my imagination had somehow reached through my locked back door, taken my camera off the wall, and pressed its hand against my bedroom window, just to keep the story going. For a few days, I did my best to pretend I believed the reasonable version of the story. By the time the week rolled around, the bandage on my neck was gone. The nurse at my follow-up appointment peeled it away with that gentle, efficient motion only nurses have. Underneath the skin looked worse than it felt, 4 long, angry red lines, on one side, a shorter one on the other, all edged in that sickly yellow-brown that means scabs have started to form. They told me to keep it clean, keep it dry, and not to obsess over it in the mirror. "Give it a couple weeks," the nurse said. "You'll hardly see it." I did not tell her that seeing it was not the problem. The concussion fog lifted in layers. First, the nausea eased up. Then the headaches dulled from an ice pick behind my eyes to a low, nagging throb at the base of my skull. I still lost my train of thought in the middle of sentences sometimes, but I could stare at a screen for more than 10 minutes without wanting to throw up, which in my job counts as a recovery. 2 days after the hospital, I logged back into work like nothing had happened. Tickets do not care if something put its hands around your throat. Servers still go down. Users still forget their passwords. I woke up at 9 instead of 7 because the doc had written rest in all caps on the discharge papers, and my manager had actually told me to take it slow, man. I made coffee, checked the NOAA app out of sheer habit, forced myself to roll my eyes when it predicted snow in 3 days, and joked to myself that at least this time it was on the schedule. I answered emails. I joined a Zoom stand-up with my camera off claiming concussion hair when someone asked. My co-workers looked the same as always in their little rectangles, bad lighting hoodies, the occasional toddler wandering through the background. They talked about sprint goals and tickets and nothing under trees trying to kill them. At lunch, I drove to King Soopers because the fridge was down to condiments and old salsa. The world outside my subdivision was aggressively normal. Plows had done their job. The roads were clear, the parking lots slushy. The sky was a pale, unremarkable blue, no hint of the heavy, wrong white from that night. I pushed a cart past displays of Valentine's candy and Super Bowl chips. Nobody looked twice at the faint marks on my neck. Fluorescent lights buzzed. A kid whined at his mom for more fruit snacks. The normalness of it all was almost offensive. On the way back, I swung through the Starbucks drive-thru for a coffee. I did not really need waiting in line behind a lifted truck and a Subaru with a ski rack. The barista handed me a grande in a gloved hand and said, "Stay warm out there," with the same automated cheer she probably used for every car. I said, "You too," like I was not picturing a little hand on my window instead of hers. At night, I made a point of doing normal things. I cooked instead of ordering in. I watched Netflix comedies, documentaries, anything that did not involve forests or snow. I answered texts I had ignored. I scrolled mindlessly through Reddit, while an old sitcom looped on the TV, letting canned laughter fill the spaces where my brain wanted to replay that fall under the cottonwood branch. I also made a couple of rules. Rule number 1, no walks after 9 p.m., not even to the dumpsters. If I needed to take trash out, it could wait until morning. If I felt restless, I could pace around the living room like a caged animal instead of stepping out into the lot. Rule number 2, stay off the Nest app. The first night home, after I watched those 3 impossible frames, I logged out of my account and moved the shortcut on my phone to a folder I rarely touched. On the laptop, I closed the tab, cleared the browser history, and told myself that was that. No more doom scrolling my own back door. No more frame-by-frame breakdowns. If the camera glitched, it glitched. If the handprint on my window had some boring explanation, I would find it in the daylight, not at 2 a.m., with my heart trying to claw out of my chest. I even tried repeating Dr. Klein's words to myself, like a mantra lying on the couch with the TV light flickering on the ceiling. Mild concussion, superficial abrasions, your mind filling in the gaps. It sounded good in theory, clean, medical, contained. I wanted very badly to believe that my brain had done what brains do, tried to make sense of missing time by splicing together old fears and random images. The problem was that my senses had not gotten the memo. Before that night, my townhome had always had a soundtrack I never really listened to. The fridge cycling on and off, the furnace kicking in with its soft whoomph, water moving through pipes when the neighbor showered, the occasional motorcycle on the street out front. It was all just there. After the hospital, I heard everything. Lying in bed in the dark, the house spoke a language I suddenly understood way too well. The creak of wood as it expanded and contracted with the temperature. The soft tick of metal vents cooling when the blower shut off. The little pops inside the walls when the pipes adjusted. None of it had changed. Only my attention had. Every time the heater cut out, the quiet that followed yanked me straight back to the trail. The air would go from filled to hollow in an instant, leaving that same vacuum silence I had felt just before the voice said, "Hi," behind me. I would lie there staring at the dim shape of my bedroom window and feel the hair on my arms rise for no good reason. I would hold my breath and wait for something to move. In that silence, some telltale sound to prove there was still a gap between my memory and my reality. Most nights, nothing happened. The furnace would kick back on. The fridge would hum. A car door would slam outside. Life would leak back into the walls. But the stillness between those noises felt like a held breath that was not mine. One night, about a week after the hospital, the sky was perfectly clear. No clouds, no snow on the forecast. I had checked all 3 apps that morning. Out of habit, sun symbol, 0% precipitation, the whole boring package. The day went by in a smudge of tickets and email. By 11 p.m., I was technically following my own rules, in bed lights, off no walks, no cameras. My bedroom was dim. The only light came from the digital clock on the nightstand and the distant glow of the city filtering through the blinds. The house had settled into its late-night rhythm. Somewhere in the ductwork, the furnace exhaled and went still. The silence that followed was thick enough to chew. I rolled onto my back and stared at the ceiling, counting the seconds until the heater would kick back on. Somewhere next door, a toilet flushed, then pipes gurgled. Then even that faded. That is when I heard it. It was faint. So faint that if my ears had not been tuned to every little sound, I might have missed it. a high, breathy noise, not quite a giggle, not quite a word. If I had to pin it down, I would have called it a child's laugh filtered through several walls and a closed door. It did not come from outside the window. It came from somewhere above and behind my head, from the vent in the ceiling. The sound slid out of the darkness, bounced softly off the walls, and died before I could fully process it. I froze, every muscle going tight, my fingers curling into the blanket. TV, I told myself automatically. Someone's TV, kid's show, laughter track. Then my own earlier choices looped back on me. I had turned my TV off an hour before. The neighbors to my left were an older couple who went to bed by 10. The guy on the other side worked nights according to the comings and goings of his car. There should not have been any kids' shows playing in any direction. I listened harder, breath-held ears straining for a repeat. Nothing. No voices, no footsteps, no more laughter. Just the soft ticking of the baseboard heater cooling and the faint rush of air when the furnace decided to cycle again. Concussion. I whispered into the dark as if naming it would pin the sound to my brain instead of the vent. Residual audio hallucination. Whatever. The mattress creaked when I sat up. My head throbbed in mild protest. The clock read 10:56 p.m. Red numbers too bright in the dark. I stared at the ceiling vent for a long minute, half expecting another laugh to leak out of it. When none came, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the carpet cool under my feet, and walked down the hall. The house looked smaller at night. Doors and corners felt closer. I padded down the stairs, hand sliding along the rail, more from habit than need. The living room glowed faintly from the streetlight outside. The kitchen was a dull rectangle of shapes, table chairs sink the black mirror of the sliding glass door. I told myself I was going to get water. Instead, I sat down at the table and opened my laptop. The Nest tab was not there, of course. I had closed it days ago. The shortcut was buried, but my fingers knew the URL by muscle memory. Before I could talk myself out of it, I had typed the address and hit enter. The login screen popped up clean and innocuous, blue and white and friendly. My email and password auto-filled in their little boxes. All I had to do was press one more key. "This is stupid," I said out loud. The sound of my own voice in the quiet kitchen made me flinch. I could have stood up right then. I could have shut the laptop and gone back to bed and blamed the laugh in the vent on pipes or wind or my still healing brain. Instead, with the digital clock on the microwave blinking 10:59 p.m., I tapped the enter key and signed back into the one thing in my house that might tell me whether I was crazy or not, just in time for 11:09 to roll around again. The Nest dashboard loaded like it always did. Soft colors, rounded corners, that clean, friendly interface, meant to make you feel like your house was a simple, manageable thing. The live view popped up first. At 11 p.m. on a clear night, the parking lot behind my place looks like a stage after the actors have gone home. Sodium lights drape everything in a tired yellow. The snow from the last storm was mostly piled up along the curbs, now filthy at the edges. A couple of cars sat nose to nose. The strip of greenbelt was a dark seam behind them. Nothing moved. I watched myself not being out there and felt a small, mean satisfaction. Rule number 1 was holding. I was inside. The door was locked. The camera was my witness. I dragged the timeline back to the night of the fall just to confirm what I already knew. It still hurt to look at small me at the glass door. The slide opened the step into the frame, the timestamp ticking over to 11:08:57. the frozen frame, the device offline, attempting to reconnect. The offline block on that night's timeline started at 11:09 p.m. on the dot. Not 11:08, not 11:10, 11:09. The digits glowed in the corner of the image like they were mocking me. I stared at that number until it felt less like a time and more like a label. Offline at 11:09. That was when I stopped being in the part of the world cameras and cops and doctors understood and moved somewhere else entirely. I clicked to another night, 2 days after the fall. I had been at my brother's apartment then, crashing on his couch so he could keep an eye on me. The complex behind my own house should have been empty of me at least. The timeline for that night looked normal at first glance. A couple of blue ticks in the afternoon when the snow melted off a neighbor's bumper. Some green when somebody took their dog out at 9. My eyes slid to the 11 p.m. mark. Between 11:09:01 and 11:10:30, the bar went flat gray. No color, no activity. When I hovered over it, a tooltip popped up camera offline. Connectivity issue. I swallowed and checked the router log I still had open in another tab. Uptime was clean. No interruptions, no power blips. The network had been fine. I clicked to the next night, then the next. It was not every night, but it was too many. Scattered along that week, like someone had dropped pins at random on a map, were little gray gaps. Each one of them started within a second or two of 11:09 p.m. Sometimes the downtime was a minute, sometimes 2. Once it stretched just shy of 3, then snapped back like a rubber band. My mouse hand went cold on the trackpad. If it had just been the storm night, I could have blamed the weather, the snow load, anything. But there was no snow on those other nights. No wind advisories, no outages reported by the ISP. Just that damn device deciding on its own schedule to not be present for a very specific slice of time. I told myself I was over-focusing, that if I looked hard enough at any set of data, I could find a pattern to scare myself with. That did not explain the way my stomach dropped every time the timestamp rolled to 11:09 and the picture blinked out. I minimized the live view and clicked into the settings. There was a toggle there I had always left off record audio. I had never felt comfortable letting a microphone listen in on my own backyard nerves. It felt too much like inviting something to eavesdrop. My finger hovered over the switch. "If it's just a glitch," I said softly, "it'll sound like nothing." I turned the audio on. The icon updated with a tiny speaker symbol. The feed continued. The parking lot remained empty. Downstairs in real time, the clock on my microwave rolled to 11:07. I watched the live view and listened. Mostly, it was hiss. The microphone picked up the low wash of the highway, the occasional whoosh of a passing car out front, the faint hum of the building itself. My own heater cycled off. I could see the fan indicator on the thermostat from where I sat. The silence that followed bled into the small, constant background noise of the camera. 11:08. My heart had synced to the timestamp. I could feel each second as it ticked by. The live audio was just static and faraway harmless sounds. 11:859, 11:900. The picture froze. The audio cut out so cleanly it felt like somebody had clapped their hands over my ears. The hiss vanished. The highway faded like someone had unplugged it. On the timeline, the little status dot went from green to gray, and the words I already hated popped up again. Device offline. Attempting to reconnect. In my kitchen in the real house, the heater kicked off too, right on cue. That same hollow vacuum silence rolled through my vents. I sat there with the earbuds in, listening to nothing. It felt exactly like standing under the branch all over again. A quiet that was not really quiet at all, but something intentional, like someone holding their breath. 90 seconds later, the camera pinged back. The video resumed, the audio hiss snapped on the heater. And the house decided to wake up with a whoomph. The status dot turned green. I let out a breath I did not remember holding. It could have been coincidence. Network noise. The camera's cheap little brain deciding to reboot itself at exactly the same time the thermostat liked to pause. I did not believe that. But I wanted another angle. The Nest saved audio clips now. I dug into the history for that night and pulled the file that covered the 1109 block. On the timeline, it was labeled with a gray bar instead of blue, but it was there a chunk of offline sound, a minute and a half long. That doesn't make sense, I muttered. I downloaded it anyway. It dropped into my laptop's downloads folder as a tiny .mp4. I opened it in a different player one with better controls and hit play. At first, it was exactly what I expected from a dead segment. Silence. No heater, no highway, no wind. Just a flat, empty sound floor so bare it felt like the speakers were off. I dragged the playhead back and turned the volume all the way up. The audio meter wiggled the tiniest bit enough to prove there was something there. Even if it sat below the range, a normal person would notice. I put my earbuds in deeper and replayed from the start. There, a faint click at 0002 like a relay switching off. That would be the heater quitting, caught by the camera's mic. After that, 10 seconds of nothing. At 0011, the meter spiked. The sound that came through was small, but incredibly clear. No echo, no distortion, no distance. A child's voice right on top of the microphone said, "Hi." Just that. One syllable, soft, almost polite. The word went straight through my eardrums and into the base of my skull. It was the same voice I had heard under the branch, the same light-amused tone. It was not muffled by snow or wind. It was not coming from across a yard. It was inside the mic, like whoever said it had their lips an inch from the grill. I stopped the playback so fast, I accidentally jumped back to the beginning. For a few seconds, all I could hear was my own breathing, ragged and loud in the earbuds. My hands shook on the trackpad. The cursor hovered over the play button again, like it was the trigger to something much bigger. I listened to that "hi" 5 more times. Each repetition made my skin crawl a little more. I started trying to analyze it, like picking apart a bug report. Was there a hint of a local accent? Any echo that might imply distance? The more I dissected it, the less human it sounded, not because of any monster movie growl or effect, but because of how clean it was. Every other sound the Nest recorded had context. You could hear wind cars, the hum of the building. This was just the voice, cut out of the world and laid directly next to my eardrum. On replay 7, I flinched so hard the earbuds nearly ripped out of my ears. The heater in the real house had chosen that exact second to kick back on with a loud, low whoomph and a rattle in the duct. My elbow knocked into my water glass, sending it over on its side. Ice melted into a spill that raced toward my laptop. I scrambled to blot it with the sleeve of my sweatshirt, heart pounding. By the time I had cleaned it up, my shirt was wet at the wrist, and my nerves were buzzing. The earbuds dangled around my neck. The laptop screen still showed the paused audio waveform, a sharp little spike at the exact spot where the voice lived. I exported the clip. Somewhere in me, the part that still believed in evidence over feelings insisted on it. I saved the file to the desktop, then attached it to an email addressed to myself. Finger hovering over the send button, I thought about CCing Officer Parks. I thought about forwarding it to my brother with a "tell me I'm not insane." I did neither. The image of Parks's face while he'd listened to me talk about a boy in a tree floated up that careful, neutral look. I pictured my brother playing the clip on his phone, smirking, telling me it was creepy as hell, dude, but not in the way I meant. I closed the email draft without sending it. If I kept it between me and the camera, at least no one could say out loud that I was losing it. As long as the file lived only on my hard drive and in my inbox, the possibility that it was just a glitch belonged only to me. The next night, I did something stupid and pretended it was science. At 11:05 p.m., I knelt next to my router in the closet, the smell of dust and warm plastic curling around me. I set a scheduled reboot for 11:08 just to be clever. If the camera was dropping because the network stumbled, I would put that stumble where I could see it. At 11:07, the heater cycled off. The house sank into that too familiar quiet. At 11:08 on the dot, the router's lights blinked in unison as it restarted. My phone dropped Wi-Fi mid-Reddit scroll, then reconnected. The Nest app on my laptop hiccuped, buffered, then came back the live view stuttering as the packets sorted themselves out. For a minute, everything seemed fine. The status dot stayed green. The timer in the corner rolled on. Then, right on schedule, at 11:09:03 p.m., the picture froze. The dot turned gray. The words "device offline" appeared yet again. My router's logs would later show cleanup time from November 8th, 12 onward. No errors, no drops. The recording I pulled from November 9th would be just long enough once I turned the volume up too high and pressed my earbuds in too deep to catch a tiny, familiar breath. Right before the silence, my own hitching unconsciously in my chest as everything around me chose for 90 seconds to stop existing. For a while, I convinced myself I could live with the idea that 11:09 was just my bad minute. If you stare at any clock long enough, you can make a superstition out of it. People see 11:11 and make wishes. I had 11:09 and a camera that liked to disappear. It was almost funny in a sick way. Then, the weather stopped cooperating too. A few days after the router experiment, the apps all agreed on one thing: clear skies. NOAA, the National Weather Service, the little default one on my phone, they all showed the same icons. Crescent moons, 0% precipitation, maybe a note about cold and calm. Around 10:30 that night, I checked the Nest feed more out of boredom than anything. The parking lot was quiet, lit the same washed-out yellow. The greenbelt was a soft, dark smear behind the cars. Nothing abnormal. I put my phone face down on the coffee table and went back to half-watching whatever Netflix had decided I should care about. Laugh track, quick dialogue, canned drama. Familiar noise. When I picked the phone up again 15 minutes later, there were tiny white streaks sliding through the Nest frame. Snow flurries. Not heavy. Not a storm. Just a light, steady drift that covered the hoods of cars and the asphalt in a thin dusting. The timestamp in the corner read 10:47. The forecast on my weather app still said clear. I walked to the sliding door and looked out for myself. The flakes were real. They caught the light from the lot and drifted slowly down, melting as they hit the warmer patches of pavement. I watched it for 10 minutes, palms pressed against the glass calculator brain, quietly ticking behind my eyes. Microclimate, I told myself. Local anomaly. The apps are delayed, it happens. Then the snow just stopped. Not thinned, not tapered off, stopped. One moment the air was full of white, the next, there was nothing. The flakes on the ground stayed as they were, no new layer softening their edges. I checked the app again. Still clear. The next night, it happened again. Clear forecast, quick flurry, 10 minutes of quiet snow, then empty sky. The night after that same cycle, the Nest timeline filled with little blue marks from activity detected, each one corresponding to a tiny burst of snow the weather services refused to acknowledge. I started watching them more closely. Not just the picture, but the sound. The Nest audio always had some kind of background noise when the mic was on. The highway, a distant car door, wind. But during those little unscheduled flurries, there was something else under the hiss, something soft and regular, too precise to be random. Breathing. Not the big, obvious breaths you hear when someone's winded. This was smaller, like the quiet inhale and exhale of a kid trying very hard not to be heard. The pattern was weird. It did not match the ambient noise. It did not rise or fall much. It just sat there, steady and intimate. The part that bothered me most was how close it sounded. It was not the breath of somebody walking across the lot or trudging through the greenbelt. It had no echo, no sense of space around it. It sounded like a mouth and nose, less than a foot from the mic, inhaling and exhaling with slow, deliberate patience. I knew what my own breathing sounded like on the recording now. I had listened to myself enough in the 11:09 clip's little hitches when the picture froze, soft exhalations I had not even been aware of making at the time. This was not that. I started saving those tiny flurry clips to my laptop like they were specimens on slides. Each new one went into a folder with the time and date. I told myself I was gathering evidence. Mostly what I was doing was stacking up reasons not to sleep. Inside the house, the noise never really stopped, now even when nothing was happening. Little things stood out at odd hours. A faint tapping above my bedroom, too light to be pipes, too rhythmic to be random. Not banging, not someone walking. Just tiny, distant knocks spaced out enough that I could not quite track a pattern, but close enough that they did not feel accidental. Sometimes I would lie in bed staring at the ceiling fan, still blades motionless, and listen to the tapping. It would come from the corner of the room where the vent sat, then from the opposite corner, then from somewhere under my feet, as if something was moving through the bones of the house. Other nights, it was a different sound, a soft, dry skitter in the ductwork above my head. Not like an animal, no frantic scrambling, no claws. More like something dragging its nails very slowly along the inside of the metal, testing the surface. The vents would sigh as the furnace kicked on and off. The duct would expand and contract. Between those movements, there would be that faint, deliberate rasp, like someone trying to draw lines in the air with their fingertips. I started sleeping with the ceiling light on. It did not help, really. The fan still cast long, slow-moving shadows on the walls whenever a car passed outside. The vent still sat there above me, a harmless white rectangle that I could not stop looking at. One night, tired of hearing things I could not locate, I decided to turn the camera's weird silence into something measurable. I downloaded the full audio segment from 11:08 to 11:10 on one of the offline nights, the same night, with the perfect high in the middle. Instead of just playing it in the default media player, I imported it into a free audio editing program I used once in college to cut music. The waveform sprawled across my screen in blue bumps and lines. To anyone else, it would have looked like nothing much low-hum flat spaces, the occasional spike. To me, it felt like an EKG of the time my life had gone sideways. I zoomed in around the spike I knew was the high. The program split the seconds into thousandths. The breath before the word showed up as a small swell, the syllable itself, a narrow, sharp tower. It was oddly satisfying to see something so intangible rendered in lines and math. That was when I noticed the pattern before it. About 10 seconds into the clip, long before the voice, and just after the heater clicked off, a new series of peaks began. Small, regular rises and falls in the waveform, evenly spaced, almost identical in shape. I played that section on loop. At first, I heard nothing distinct, just a deeper hush in the background noise. I turned the volume up and pressed my headphones tight against my ears. The noise resolved a little. It was not breathing this time. It was more internal than that. A low thud, 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 so soft, it was almost more cadence than sound. Heartbeat. Mine jumped in instinctive response, as if hearing another set of beats had reminded it of its own job. I watched the waveform scroll by the little peaks marching on screen in perfect intervals. I grabbed my smartwatch from the table and strapped it onto my wrist fingers, clumsy. I scrolled to the heart rate screen and stared at the number glowing back at me in green. 72 beats per minute. I dragged a measurement tool across the waveform, counting the distance between each of the little peaks on the 1109 audio. The program translated it into time how many milliseconds between spikes. When I did the math, the rough number I got translated out to 72 beats per minute. I sat back the chair creaking under me and stared at the screen. There was no good reason my heart should be in that clip. At 11:09 that night, my body had been sitting in my kitchen chair 1 floor up and a dozen feet inside from where the camera hung under the eaves. The Nest mic was pointed outward toward the parking lot and the strip of trees. Its job was to hear delivery trucks and neighbors' conversations and the distant freeway, not the pulse in my neck. And yet mapped out on the screen, regular as a metronome, was a rhythm that matched the one tapping beneath my skin, almost exactly. You can gaslight yourself with data too, I learned. You can tell yourself the mic picked up some mechanical thump, a furnace motor winding down a distant subwoofer stuck on a bass note, and your brain, primed for patterns, just lined it up with the number on your wristwatch. I wanted to believe that. It was cleaner, easier. But after listening to that soft, steady thud for 10 minutes, it did not feel like a motor. It did not feel like anything outside. It felt like being listened to from the inside out. That thought sat with me for the rest of the night, heavy and ugly. It followed me up the stairs into the bathroom to the sink, where I splashed water on my face and avoided looking at the fading scratches on my neck. It was there when I lay in bed staring at the vent, counting the seconds between the heater shutting off and the first tiny knock on the ceiling. I kept circling back to the same awful realization. I had treated the Nest like a witness, like something neutral that recorded what happened to me while I was outside and then waited quietly to be played back. The fall, the offline gap, the hand on the lens, the impossible angle up at my bedroom window, I had filed all of that under things the camera saw. Staring at that heartbeat in the waveform, feeling my own chest tap along with it in the dark, a different possibility crept in. Maybe I was not the one using the camera to look out. It felt more and more like something out there was not trying to be seen on my cameras. It was trying to use them to watch me instead. Eventually, not sleeping starts to feel worse than whatever you are afraid of. By the second week, the scratches on my neck had faded from angry red to a dull, bruised yellow, but the rest of me felt like it was rotting from the inside. I existed in that dull gray zone where coffee stopped helping, and every notification felt like someone poking a bruise. My ticket queue at work told the story better than I could. Tasks dragged from in progress to stalled with embarrassing timestamps. I started missing small things, typos in emails, wrong attachment, forgetting to unmute on Zoom. My manager, who usually treated me like a stable background process, pinged me in Slack. "Hey man, everything all right? You've seemed off since the ER thing." I stared at the message for a long minute. The easy answer would have been concussion stuff, still a little foggy throw and a smiley promise to bounce back. The real answer would have required a screenshot of a Nest clip, and the sentence there is a kid's voice living in my house at 11:09 p.m. I typed, "Yeah, just tired, still catching up. I'll be fine," and hit send. That was the moment something in me snapped into a different shape. I realized I was waiting. Every night, every hour of half sleep, I was waiting for the next knock on the ceiling, the next laugh in the vent, the next glitch at 11:09. I had turned my house into a listening post, my brain into a recorder that never shut off. All I had to show for it were dark circles and a folder full of files I was too scared to share. Either there was something in the greenbelt behind my house, or there was something wrong with me. Both options were terrifying in different ways, but the in-between, this paranoid limbo, was starting to feel worse. If I could go back out there and record nothing, maybe I could finally let it go. Blame the audio on the concussion. Blame the handprint on bad data. Move on. If I recorded something, at least I would know. I decided with the kind of hollow bravado that comes from too much exhaustion and not enough hope to treat it like a project. I was an IT guy. I trusted hardware. I trusted timestamps. If I could stack enough sensors between myself and whatever I was afraid of, maybe one of them would tell me the truth. The first step was gear. The Nest had already proven it was too easily influenced. I wanted something new, something unconnected to the system that kept going offline. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open and the local Facebook Marketplace tab up, scrolling through strangers' old electronics like I was assembling a ghost hunting starter kit. I found a cheap off-brand security camera from a guy in Aurora, wired with a simple SD card slot, no cloud, anything. I found an older GoPro someone was unloading for a good price, plastic scratched, but functional, at a big box store under fluorescent lights that buzzed exactly like the ER's. I bought a tiny digital audio recorder, the size of a lighter. Back home, the living room turned into a lab. Crime documentaries played on low volume from the TV, the narrator talking about evidence and timelines and victim behavior, while I unboxed my toys like some cliché from one of those shows. The irony was not lost on me. Here I was half a step away from being the guy who sends in a shaky video to a horror channel, insisting it is proof. I laid everything out on the coffee table. The cheap camera, its plastic housing smelling faintly of factory dust. The GoPro heavier than it looked. The audio recorder absurdly light with a single red record button that felt too cheerful for what I intended to capture. Testing them became its own ritual. I snapped batteries into the security camera, the little compartment door clicking shut. It let out a tiny chime. When it powered up, then a mechanical whir, as the lens did a micro adjustment. I hooked it up to a spare monitor to check the feed, grainy, slightly overexposed, but steady. The GoPro chirped when I held the power button, its tiny screen lighting up with a timestamp that was laughably wrong. I navigated clumsily through its menu, with the two rubberized buttons finding the date and time settings. I pulled out my phone and opened the clock app. 10:12:03 p.m. I set the GoPro to match down to the minute, then the second. 22:12. I watched it tick over to 04 on both screens, a weird little heartbeat sync. The audio recorder was simpler. I slid the back off, dropped in batteries, and felt the faint buzz under my thumb when it turned on. The tiny LCD glowed greenish. I set the time there too, scrolling through numbers with tiny plastic buttons that clicked more loudly than they had any right to. Once they all showed the same minute and the same hour, I sat back and listened. The room buzzed with mundane sounds. The box fan in the corner pulling lazy air through the space. The faint hum of the fridge. The TV in the background, some detective saying the victim's last known contact was at 10:43 p.m., according to phone records. I hit record on the audio device, let it run for 30 seconds, then stopped and played it back. The playback crackled slightly, picking up the fan, the TV, the soft tap of my finger on the table. My own voice came through when I muttered, "Test, test," sounding more tired than I wanted to admit. I strapped the GoPro to an old headband, tightening it until it felt snug across my forehead. In the reflection of the black TV screen, I looked ridiculous, this pale guy with healing scratches on his neck and a little camera eye stuck above his own. The cheap security camera I decided would go on a small tripod I had from a long abandoned hobby, positioned at the edge of the lot where it could see the branch from below. The nest would keep watching from its perch by the back door, whether it wanted to or not. The audio recorder would sit in my pocket, capturing anything my ears missed. It should have made me feel safer being surrounded by sensors. It did not. It made me feel like I was assembling an audience. While the crime doc droned in the background interviews, grainy courtroom footage, a judge reading out a sentence, I opened my email and started typing. The subject line was the worst part. Story for your channel. Might be nothing, might be something. In the body, I wrote a few clumsy paragraphs. I kept it vague. I was a guy in Denver. Something weird had happened to me during a snow walk. My camera had caught some strange glitches. I did not mention the boy by name or the handprint or the heartbeat hiding in the audio. I told myself I was just sketching, not committing. I'm not sure if this is anything at all, I wrote at the end. I haven't told the police everything because I don't know how to say it without sounding crazy. If nothing else, maybe this is just a creepy story. If it ever feels like I'm in over my head, I'll hit send. I stared at that last line for a long time. Then I did the most honest thing I had in weeks. I hit save draft and closed the window. It sat there in my drafts folder, a little unsent confession waiting. The rest of the day passed in jerks. I answered a few work emails, fixed a minor ticket, microwaved leftovers, and forgot to eat half of them. The sun went down in stages, the light through the back door shifting from white to orange to gray. By 9 p.m., my rules kicked in. No walks, no new experiments. If I were smart, I would have turned off the TV, taken something for the dull throb behind my eyes, and gone to bed. Instead, I stood in the dark kitchen with the lights off, looking out at the parking lot through the sliding glass door. The apps all agreed clear. I checked them compulsively, one after the other, as if one might slip up and confess. No snow icons, no advisories, just cold and dry stamped across my night. Out back under the amber glow of the lot lights, the world looked calm. The plowed banks of old snow sat dull and gray at the edges. The trees on the greenbelt were bare silhouettes. Then, as I watched, a single flake drifted down through the cone of light from the nearest lamppost. Just one at first, then another, then a thin, almost delicate curtain of white falling straight and quiet onto the cars and the asphalt. Within a minute, the air behind my house was full of flurries, a soft, steady drift that the forecast insisted did not exist. I felt my phone buzz in my hand. When I glanced down, the Nest app, still logged in from earlier, had popped a notification onto the screen. Activity detected, backdoor 10:58 p.m. The timestamp glowing up at me sat one digit away from the one that had been ruining my sleep. I looked from the phone to the glass to the softly filling air beyond and realized that waiting for proof was over. The snow was coming whether the apps believed in it or not. By the time I actually stepped outside, it felt less like a decision and more like sliding down something I had already been standing on. The GoPro strap dug a shallow groove across my forehead, the little block of plastic sitting just above my eyebrows, like a second unblinking eye. I checked its tiny screen one more time in the reflection of the glass door red recording light on timestamp matching the one on my phone down to the second. 10:55 p.m. The digital recorder sat snug in the inner pocket of my parka, its own red LED winking through the fabric when I pressed the record button. I could feel the faint buzz of its cheap motor as it started capturing sound, my own breathing, the low hum of the fridge, the TV in the living room still murmuring through a documentary about a guy who had gone missing in the woods and stayed that way. On the outside railing of the stoop, the off-brand security camera stared out at the parking lot on its little tripod lens, already pointed toward the gap in the fence where the trail started. Its blue status light flickered, writing my stupid plan to an SD card that had probably held birthday parties and pet footage a month ago. I stood in the dark kitchen for a beat, hand on the handle of the sliding door, feeling every part of the setup like a weight. If this doesn't show anything, I said to the room, to the devices, to myself, I'm done. No one answered. I slid the door open. The cold hit me immediately, a flat, dry slap that cut through the layers of fleece and synthetic insulation. The Nest up under the eaves adjusted its exposure. The live feed on my laptop propped on the kitchen table behind me, flickering as the sudden contrast changed. I stepped out onto the back stoop. The snow caught the beam of the porch light and the headlamp strapped above my eyes, filling the air with slow, drifting static. It was not a blizzard, just a steady, quiet fall, the kind the apps always called flurries when they bothered to acknowledge it at all. Behind me in the kitchen, the heater cycled off with a soft thump. The house exhaled. I heard the sliding door whisper shut as I pulled it behind me, and the lock engage with a clean, unmistakable click. The recorder in my pocket caught that sound perfectly. I know, because I have listened to it since, over and over, the door track, the hitch in my breath, the metal tongue sliding into place in the latch, the moment I decided to trap myself on the outside of my own life. My boots hit the shallow drift on the stoop, then the packed down snow of the parking lot. Each step made that muffled crunch that only comes when the temperature drops below a certain point. The microphone picked up the rhythm, crunch, 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 panned to one side of the stereo image. On the other side, the nylon of my coat whispered against itself with each swing of my arms. The lot was mostly empty. A silver SUV sat near the far fence, its windows half cleared, someone's forgotten good intention frozen in place. Tire tracks from earlier that day cut dark trails through the white, already softening at the edges as new flakes tried to erase them. The only real light came from the sodium lamps on tall metal poles. They buzzed faintly, painting everything in that sick amber color that makes skin look waxy and inhuman on camera. My headlamp added a smaller, harsher cone in front of me, carving the snow into hard shadows. I passed under the nest, hearing its faint plastic creak as it adjusted to track my movement, and glanced up at it out of habit. For once, I did not care if it went offline. I had redundancies now. If it wanted to bury its head at 11:09, fine. The little open space sign at the edge of the lot leaned slightly under the weight of past storms. Open space. No motor vehicles in white letters on green. People had stuck stickers on it over the years, band logos, a cannabis leaf, some local brewery. Snow had dusted the top edge, collecting in a thin white mustache. The gap in the fence yawned ahead, a dark notch between two slats. Beyond it, the trail. I stepped through. The sound changed immediately. The lot softened whatever noise it had left behind me. The snow in the greenbelt was less disturbed, more pristine. The crunch of my boots went from dull to crisp, each step a little bite into untouched powder. The recorder heard it all, the mic diaphragm flexing with every impact. The air felt different between the cottonwoods, heavier despite the cold. The highway was still out there somewhere, but it sounded farther away than it should have, like someone had turned the city down a notch. My breath fogged in front of me, catching the headlamp beam in short, ragged bursts. Branches arched overhead, their limbs bare and black against the slightly lighter sky. Some were thin and scraggly, some thick and knotted. In the middle distance, the cottonwood. I remembered loomed larger than the rest, that big horizontal limb crossing the trail like a natural archway. Walking toward it felt like slow motion and fast forward at the same time. Part of me wanted to get there as quickly as possible, to rip off the bandage and see if the night was going to bleed. Another part dragged its heels, cataloging every detail along the way, as if delaying the inevitable. The recorder got everything: the soft hiss of the light snow, the faint rustle when my coat brushed against dead grass, poking up through drifts, the occasional distant pop from the neighborhood as someone's house settled in the cold. When I reached the cottonwood, my heart was pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. The branch was where I remembered it, broad, thick, stretching over the trail at a height that made my neck ache when I tilted my head back to look at it for more than a few seconds. Snow had collected along its top, a clean, unbroken ridge of white. It was empty. No gray hoodie, no pale face, no wrong smile. My headlamp picked out the texture of the bark where the boy had sat in my memory grooves and ridges made razor sharp by the angle of the light. The snow perched on top looked like it had never been disturbed by weight, human or otherwise. The trunk was cold when I touched it, even through my glove. The roughness of it bit into my palm through the fabric. I could feel the faint vibration of my own pulse in my hand, like the tree was reflecting it back at me. The GoPro saw all of it from my eye level. The recorder heard me swallow. My voice sounded thin when it finally came out. "If you're here," I said louder than I needed to for the empty air I'm watching this time. My breath smoked around the words. They came out shakier than I wanted. On the playback, you can hear the way my pitch climbs at the end, a giveaway of nerves. Nothing answered. The wind did not pick up. The branches did not sway. There was no theatrical creak, no movie-perfect groan from the tree. The world simply stayed. I stood there longer than makes sense, just listening. Crunch, crunch, as I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. The soft squeak of my jacket when I lifted my arms a little. My breathing faster than it should have been for the short walk I had taken. The thing about recording everything is that you start to think in playback. I remember feeling stupid standing under that branch, talking to no one. I remember thinking, great, if this is nothing, I'm going to have 30 minutes of me breathing into a microphone and looking like an idiot on video. Then, the laugh hit. It did not start small. It did not drift in from the distance and get louder as if someone were walking toward me. 1 second, there was only the sound of my own breathing and the faint hiss of snow. The next, the recorder in my pocket caught a burst of noise so close it clipped the levels. A child's laugh. High-pitched, sharp around the edges, warped like an old tape left too long in the sun. In the moment, what I heard was a jagged, too loud sound behind me, close enough that the hairs on the back of my neck stood up under the collar of my coat. Later, listening back, I realized how wrong the perspective was. It did not sound like it was behind me. It sounded like it was pressed against the recorder's mic, same as the high had been, like someone had their mouth right against the plastic. I spun around so fast I almost slipped. The beam from my headlamp swung out over the trail behind me, cutting through the falling flakes. The path glowed white-blue in the LED light, the edges of it falling off into darkness. The ditch, the fence line, the gap back to the parking lot, all empty. The laugh did not echo off the trees. It did not repeat. But on the recorder, in that 1 second of audio, it loops funny. There's a glitch at the tail end, a tiny hiccup in the waveform that makes the last syllable stutter. When I slow it down, it almost sounds like two kids laughing at once, one just half a beat behind the other. Standing there in the snow, all I had was my own heart hammering and a vision full of hard, white and black shadows. "I heard you?" I said, although my voice came out more as a breath than a sentence. I turned in a slow circle, sweeping the beam across the trees. The light picked out bare branches and clumps of snow, the occasional dark hole where some animal had burrowed. The world stayed inanimate. Then, just for a second, the beam touched something that did not fit. Farther back from the trail, off to the right, another cottonwood rose taller than the rest. One of its upper branches jutted out at a weird angle, thinner than the one above my head, but still wide enough to hold weight. Perched on that limb, outlined by my headlamp, at the edge of its reach, was a small, hunched shape, kid-sized, arms wrapped around knees, head tilted. It was there, and then it was gone. The time between my brain registering the shape and my hand jerking to center the light was maybe half a second. Enough for my stomach to drop, for every muscle in my shoulders to tighten. When the beam snapped fully onto the branch, the only things sitting there were snow and bark. No body, no clothes, no movement. The snow along the top of that branch was perfect. No melted patches, no scooped out divots where a pair of legs might have pressed in. It looked like it had been untouched for days. My breathing turned into short, sharp clouds. I held the beam there until my arms started to shake from the strain. The recorder heard the small, involuntary noises my throat made as adrenaline flooded my system. Half-formed curses, the start of my own laugh, that died before it became anything. I knew I should turn back. I knew I had enough. Cameras running audio, capturing at least one visual that would haunt me even if it turned out to be nothing but a trick of light. The lot was only a few minutes behind me. The branch overhead felt heavier now, the space beneath it less like a path, and more like a mouth I had decided to walk into. Instead, I took one more step forward deeper into the dark between the trees, the snow swallowing the sound of my footfall in a way that the recorder somehow heard anyway. There is a specific kind of panic that does not feel like screaming or sprinting. It feels like your body quietly deciding you are already dead and your brain trying to negotiate a different outcome. That is what set in under the trees. The second glimpse of that shape on the distant branch broke whatever thin courage I had managed to tape together. It did not matter that the snow on the limb was untouched, that logic said I had just seen my own light play tricks on me. My muscles decided the experiment was over. I turned back toward the main trail headlamp beam, jerking boots punching new holes in the snow. "Okay," I muttered. It came out ragged on the recorder later. "Okay, that's enough." The plan in its simplest form was this: follow my own footprints back to the gap in the fence, cross the parking lot, step inside, lock the door, and pretend I had not just talked to the dark. But panic and simplicity do not mix. About 10 steps into my retreat, I realized I was following the wrong set of tracks. At first, it was hard to tell. The snow was still coming down soft and steady, blurring the edges of impressions. There were my boot prints leading in deep, regular, the tread pattern I recognized from a dozen dirty hallway tiles. Next to them now were other marks, shallower, more scattered. I had trampled them here and there without noticing on the way in. Coyote, I told myself. Dog from earlier in the day. Anything with 4 legs. The recorder picked up my breathing faster, now the crunch of my steps overlapping, like I was trying to walk ahead of my own body. I slowed down, squinted at the ground, swung the headlamp lower to catch the shadows inside the prints. It was impossible to say where one trail ended and the other began. In my hurry, I stepped into the more recent, clearer marks, without thinking, my own tracks dissolving under me. By the time I realized I had lost the original path, it was too late to fix it cleanly. The snow had blurred everything into a churned strip of white and gray. I knew the general direction of the parking lot. The sound of the interstate was my compass. You can always hear I-25 from the greenbelt, a constant distant roar like ocean waves under a floor. I turned toward where that sound seemed the loudest and started walking. On the recorder, you can hear the change. My boots hit the snow harder, the rhythm a little erratic. The nylon of my coat rasps more often as my arms swing wider. My breath comes in short bursts. I kept telling myself it was fine. The trail is not big. The greenbelt is a ribbon, not a forest. Worst case, I would pop out on a different side street, cut through the townhomes, and circle back to my door. But the trees around me did not seem to agree with that assessment. Normally, when you walk that path at night, the lot lights behind you bleed through between trunks, a wash of orange marking where civilization still is. Out front, there are occasional glows from bedroom windows, porch lights left on. the world does not disappear all at once. Now, when I turned my head, the only light I saw was the cone from my own headlamp, and far off through the branches, the dull, shifting smear of the office building's sign on the far side of the highway. The lot behind my row should have been visible. It was not. The sound of I-25 was wrong too. One moment it was loud, a deep, constant whoosh, like a jet taking off just out of sight. The next, without me changing direction, it faded to a thin murmur, like someone had turned a knob down. Then, 2 steps later, it swelled again too close, as if the traffic had jumped a mile closer while I was blinking. On the recording, it is worse. Headphones on volume up, you can hear the highway breathing in and out. The low-frequency rumble swells unnaturally, then falls away, not based on distance or wind, but as if a hand is riding the fader on a soundboard, up, down, playing games. I followed the loudest version because that felt like logic. Highways drown out everything. If I could get closer to that noise, I would eventually hit the edge of the trees and see something familiar. The trees seemed to rearrange themselves around that idea. I walked longer than it should take to cross that narrow strip of open space. My boots punched through fresh layers of powder, the ground sloping subtly up, then down, then up again. Branches reached out over the path in new patterns, ones I did not recognize from a decade of casual walks. The recorder captured my growing unease. There is a point on the waveform where the crunch of my steps stutters and a small, involuntary nope slips out of me. I had meant it as a joke to myself, but it sounds like a prayer on playback. My headlamp beam picked out more trees, more dead grass, the dark stripe of the drainage ditch. No chain-link fence, no corner of the lot, no tilt of sodium light on snow. I turned left when the path seemed to split around a thicket. The highway roared closer in my ears, then retreated again, like it was underwater. I do not know how long I walked like that, chasing sound, second-guessing my own sense of direction, carving half-moons and crooked lines into a space that on the map is straight and boring. Time smeared, distances stretched. Eventually, through a gap in a row of scrubby bushes, I saw a square of man-made light. Not the highway sign, not the office building. Something closer, lower, warmer. Relief hit so hard it made me lightheaded. I pushed toward it, ducking under a branch, the snow dumping off it in a small cascade onto my shoulders. The bushes grabbed at my coat. My headlamp snagged on twigs. For a moment, I was inside a little tunnel of dark limbs and white clumps. Then I stepped through and came out behind my own house. Not behind my own house, as in somewhere vaguely in the neighborhood. I mean directly behind it at a distance, an angle I knew without looking at any map should not exist. The sliding glass door was in front of me, 10, maybe 12 feet away. Light from the kitchen spilled onto the stoop, where I had been standing less than half an hour earlier. My laptop's blue-white glow was visible through the glass, an open window of interface. The new security camera perched on the railing lens aimed back toward the gap, where by all rights I should have just come from. Beyond the stoop, the parking lot stretched in its usual rectangle. Cars plowed snowbanks, the open space sign leaning slightly to one side. I froze at the edge of the brush, half hidden. From where I was standing, that bushy tunnel opened onto a strip of grass and packed snow that ran directly behind my row of townhomes. The problem was that in reality, that strip backs up to the office complex and a frontage road. There is no extra sliver of woods there, no place for the trees I had just walked through to stand. I knew this because I had walked that frontage road dozens of times. I had seen the satellite view of my neighborhood on Google Maps. The greenbelt curves behind the row, yes, but it does not extend out into some secret add-on of forest like DLC on a video game. And yet standing there, my boots half sunk in snow, I could see the line of my house, and beyond it, through a gap between buildings, the glare of the very office sign I had thought I had been walking toward from the other side. For a moment, the world felt like it had been folded wrong. In my pocket on the audio, there is a sound like fabric shifting. That is me turning my head, blinking, trying to line the view up with the mental map I had carried for years. There should have been a fence, a drainage ditch, maybe the backside of a loading dock. Not the exact perspective of my own Nest camera, only lower, closer to the ground, framed by trunks and branches that belonged somewhere else. The recorder crackles, once then captures a whisper so close to the mic that the consonants fuzz. You almost watched it right this time. I did not hear that in the moment. What I remember is a loud rush in my ears, blood panicked the highway, flipping its volume one more time. What the recorder preserved nestled under that rush is that small, pleased voice, the same wrong cheerfulness from the tree, but shaped into a sentence I would not fully understand until I played it back later. Almost. Watched it right. Back there in the snow, all I knew was that I had no desire to see what right looked like. I stumbled the rest of the way out of the brush branches, scraping my coat. The headlamp jittered across the siding of my townhome, across the nest under the eaves, across the security camera on the rail. For a second, both lenses flash in the footage from the GoPro, a brief mutual recognition between three mechanical eyes. My hand shook so badly when I grabbed the sliding door handle that I nearly missed it. The lock was stiff with cold. The metal bit into my fingers through the glove. When it finally gave, the door lurched open enough for a rush of warm, familiar air to hit me in the face. I did not bother with dignity. I half fell into the kitchen shoulder, glancing off the table boots, leaving clumps of snow on the mat. I slammed the door behind me hard enough that the glass rattled. My fingers fumbled for the lock, then the secondary latch, then the cheap aftermarket bar I had bought after the hospital, and wedged into the track as a third line of defense. 3 layers of security between me and the view that should not have existed. The house seemed to inhale around me. The furnace, which had been running, chose that moment to wind down with a soft whine, the blower stopping. The sudden silence in the vents felt pointed. Above me, the Nest let out a gentle chiming beep as it reconnected to the network, the status light blinking green again after yet another unnoticed drop. I slumped into the nearest chair, snow melting down into my socks, the GoPro still recording from my forehead, catching my wide eyes, and the kitchen behind me in fisheye distortion. Later, when I scrubbed through the audio through the crunch of boots and the ragged breathing and the glitchy roar of the highway, I would find the whisper and measure the steps and map the angles. I would try to overlay my walk on a satellite image and fail. In the moment, I just sat there, face-burning, feet numb, listening to the quiet in my own house and feeling like I had slipped sideways into someone else's version of my life. I had walked in a straight line and still ended up somewhere I knew did not exist on any map I'd ever seen of my neighborhood. Weeks did not really pass after that. They smeared. If you had asked me later when exactly things got bad, I would have pointed somewhere into that gray stretch and waved my hand around. The scratches on my neck faded completely. The snow in the lot cycled through melt and refreeze. My calendar says I attended meetings, closed tickets, replied to emails. I believe it because there are timestamps, not because I remember doing any of it. What I do remember are the cups, coffee cups mostly. They accumulated on my kitchen table and desk in slow drifts of their own, forming rings on the wood like tree growth patterns. Tall paper ones from Starbucks, the cardboard sleeves still on. Short, chipped mugs from my cabinet, the glaze starting to craze in tiny spider webs. An energy drink can or two bright neon logos promising focus and alertness that never quite delivered. Sleep got complicated. I could lie down. I could close my eyes. What I could not do was convince my brain that unconsciousness was safe. Every time I tried, I felt like I was about to miss something. A sound in the vent. A blip at 11:09. A new pattern hiding in old data. My manager stopped being nice about it. The first couple of check-ins were gentle. Hey, just making sure you're not pushing too hard after the concussion. By week 3, the tone had shifted. We really need those tickets closed by end of day. You've missed your last 2 sprint estimates. If you need time off, take it, but we can't just have half work. I kept typing, "Yeah, sorry" on it, while my other monitor glowed with browser tabs that had nothing to do with work. I told myself I was doing research. Reddit was my first stop because of course it was. You can find a community for anything there. People who still use CRT-TVS, people who are obsessed with a specific brand of soda, people who swear their houses are haunted by a guy in a hat. I typed camera offline, same time every night into the search bar and hit enter. Pages of results, most of them boring. Network issues, power saving modes. Someone's router doing a scheduled reboot at 3 a.m. A Nest engineer somewhere out there would have had a field day with it all. I narrowed it down. Security cam offline 11:09. Nothing useful. Random snow only in my yard. A few jokes about cloud seeding and government experiments. Weird kid voice in Nest audio. One thread where everyone in the comments agreed it was either a neighbor or someone faking it with their phone. I tried broader stuff. Boy in tree snow. Fell from tree, no footprints. Child laugh in storm. Some nights I ended up on r/paranormal, scrolling through grainy photos of orbs and badly lit basements, half the comments saying dust and the other half saying demon. Other nights I would land in local Facebook groups, Denver suburbs, neighborhood, watch lost pets typing vague questions into the search bar, like weird flurries middle of night, and anyone else hearing kids laugh in storms. Most of what I found was exactly what you would expect. Nothing jokes troll posts. When something even remotely aligned with what I was experiencing, it was usually low effort, the kind of thing a bored teenager might write to freak out their own friends. And yet, every now and then, there was a flash. A post on a small paranormal forum about a Ring camera that fuzzed out at exactly the same time every night, right before the giggling started in the walls. The replies were a mix of memes and earnest advice about checking EMF levels. The mods had locked the thread with a low-quality content tag. A throwaway account on Reddit describing a baby monitor picking up a child's voice, saying hi, even though the baby could not talk yet. The recording had been deleted by the uploader, according to a gray note. The comments were full of people arguing about pareidolia and audio compression. An old blog entry cached on some sketchy mirror site because the original domain was dead, about a guy in the Midwest who swore his security camera always cut out during snow, that wasn't on the forecast. He mentioned voice static a kid. The last line before the post, cut off mid-sentence, was, "I'm gonna sit out there tomorrow and see if," and then nothing. Like someone had yanked the cord. Probably he just got bored and stopped updating. People do that. Except my brain kept supplying the image of his hands hovering over a keyboard, something outside his window catching his eye, and then the cursor blinking forever on an unfinished thought. The background noise of my own house kept shifting as I dug deeper. The TV was on more often, but I paid less attention to it. News cycles about storms in states far away, insurance commercials, a law firm promising to fight for you after an accident. I started watching local weather segments with a kind of bitter fascination. Meteorologists gestured at green screens, talking about radar, about pressure systems, about cold fronts rolling in from the mountains. They never talked about 5-minute flurries that only showed up behind my house when the app said clear. Most nights, the TV ended up muted by 10. I could not stand the chatter after that. The dishwasher would hum in the kitchen, running half-full loads because I had used every spoon I owned for coffee. The heater cycled on and off. The fridge clicked and hummed. More and more, though, there were stretches where all of it seemed to pause. It took me a while to notice it consciously. I would be sitting on the couch, laptop on my knees, 10:57 p.m. on the clock, half reading a thread about time slips in some forgotten corner of Paranormal Reddit. The dishwasher would be swishing. The heater would be blowing. The TV, even muted, would be flashing images. Then, all at once, everything in the house would seem to hold its breath. The heater fan would shut off. The dishwasher pump would fall silent between cycles. The fridge compressor would choose that second to be between hums. Even the street outside would go quiet. No cars, no distant horns, no neighbors slamming doors. For maybe 5, maybe 10 seconds, my entire world would sit there, as if someone had hit a universal pause button. Nothing actually stopped working. Lights stayed on. The clock kept ticking. My laptop did not freeze. But the feeling of it, that complete absence of mechanical sound, hit some animal part of my brain and made it sit up. Every time it happened, I would look at the clock without really deciding to. 11 o'clock, 11:03, 11:09. Not always. Not every night. But often enough that my shoulders started to tense on their own. Around that time, like my body was bracing for the house to go still. On one of those nights with the TV muted, the only light in the room coming from the laptop and the little reflection of the street lamp through the blinds, I stumbled across something that made the hair on my arms lift. It was not on Reddit exactly. It was on a screenshot of a Reddit thread that someone had reposted to a different forum years ago, complaining about mods deleting the good stuff. The link to the original post was dead. Curiosity did the rest. I pasted the dead URL into the Wayback Machine. The page that loaded was broken in all the usual ways, missing icons, fonts, wrong, some comments collapsed. But the text of the original post was there, frozen in whatever year it had been scraped. The user's name was a throwaway, something like u/no snow day or u/tree noise throwaway. The title of the post made my chest tighten. Kid in a tree behind my house fell, disappeared. Cops say there were no other footprints. I scrolled. He wrote in that half-joking Reddit voice, trying to preempt people calling him crazy. He lived in a different state back east somewhere, judging from the references to the highway numbers and the local supermarket chain. There was a patch of woods behind his house. He liked to walk there during snowstorms. One night, he heard a kid's voice, looked up, saw a boy on a branch that was too high and too straight to climb. The boy fell. The sound of impact was wrong. When the guy ran to the spot, there was only a depression in the snow. No kid, no tracks leading away. He called the cops. They followed his footprints out and back. They told him gently that there were no other prints. He must have slipped, hit his head, dreamed the rest. The details were different, the layout, the distance to the road, the way he described the boy's clothes. But the bones of it were the same. In his last paragraph, he talked about his security camera, how it had fuzzed out for a couple of minutes right around the time this happened. How, when he tried to show the footage to the officer who took his statement, the video would not play. Maybe it's all just static, he wrote. Maybe I took a bad fall, and now my brain wants me to put a story on it. But if anyone else has ever seen a kid in a tree during a snow that wasn't supposed to be there, I'd like to know I'm not the only one. The post cut off mid-sentence after that. No edits, no follow-up, no OP here, thanks for the input. The handful of comments the Wayback Machine had captured were mostly people asking for updates. The account that had posted it was gone. Not just inactive gone, deleted. Username replaced with deleted. That should not mean anything. People rage quit Reddit all the time. They nuke their posts, wipe their history, disappear back into whatever real lives they have, and leave their ghost threads behind. But sitting there in my living room dishwasher, humming TV screen full of silent storm footage from some other state laptop balanced on my knees, I could not shake the feeling that somewhere out there in another town that had its own greenbelt and its own 2 tall trees, someone had walked home through snow that did not leave enough tracks and never really made it all the way back. Whatever was in the trees stopped needing the trees. It started small enough that if it had been any other month of my life, I would have shrugged and blamed it on being half awake. One morning, a little after 6, I shuffled downstairs in that cotton-headed fog that comes from 3 hours of sleep and too much caffeine to look forward to. The house was dim, just a strip of gray light leaking in around the blinds. The heater had just shut off. The vents were cooling with soft, ticking noises. I went straight for the coffee maker like always. On the way, I almost slipped. There, on the hardwood near the sliding glass door, were a handful of wet spots. Not full footprints. Not the cartoon perfect shape of toes and arches you see in detergent commercials. Just irregular dark ovals, roughly the size you would expect if someone had walked across the floor in wet shoes and the floor had only managed to catch the edges of their steps. They trailed in from the door, stopped short of the rug by the sink, and faded. 4, maybe 5 of them, no clear pattern. For a second, my brain didn't load anything but the image water on wood. Then the logic module spun up. Snow on boots, obviously. I must have tracked it in and not noticed. It could have melted overnight, spread a little left these patches. Maybe I had come down the previous evening, half asleep, grabbed a drink, forgot. I glanced up at the door. The lock was set. The bar was still wedged into the track. The little frost halo that forms at the base of the glass when it's really cold was undisturbed. I looked back down. The spots were already changing. The edges thinned as I watched the glossy darkness pulling inward. Within a minute, they had lost their shape, entirely fading into the same dull sheen as the rest of the floor. Another minute, and there was nothing, not even a tide mark. I put my hand down flat on the plank where the biggest one had been. The wood was cool, but no cooler than anywhere else. No dampness. I told myself it was condensation. Some tiny leak in the seal around the door. A weird localized patch of humidity. That story held for about 24 hours. The next night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up with that horrible, instantaneous alertness that means your body heard something before your mind did. I lay there staring into the dark, feeling my heart slam against my ribs, listening. The heater had just cut out. The house was in one of those unnatural pauses. No dishwasher, no fridge, hum, no neighborhood noise. Then, softly from inside the wall, near the head of my bed, something scratched. Not a frantic scrabble like a mouse. Not the heavy scritch of a raccoon. This was lighter, slower. A single drag along the inside of the drywall, like someone testing it with their fingernail. Then another crossing it in the other direction. The sound came from the exact spot where the vent sat higher up metal duct behind plastic grill air that had carried that whisper from the ceiling before. I lay there, stock still, counting my own breaths and the spaces between the noises. Scratch, pause, scratch, nothing. Tick, tick, tick of cooling metal. Raccoon, I told myself eventually. Squirrel. Something stupid that got in through the soffit. I rolled over, forced my eyes shut, and did not sleep again. The next day, I called the HOA. There is something uniquely humiliating about trying to explain to a disinterested woman on the phone that you might have something in your walls. She put me on hold, came back with the number for maintenance, and made it clear with her tone that raccoons were my problem unless they started chewing through wires. Maintenance, to their credit, took it more seriously. A guy in his 50s showed up in a worn company hoodie and work boots tool bag, knocking against his leg as he climbed my stairs. He smelled like cold air and drywall dust. "So you're hearing scratching?" he asked, standing in my bedroom, staring up at the vent. "Yeah, mostly at night, and knocks." I immediately regretted that last part. Knocks. He raised an eyebrow. "Probably pipes," I backpedaled. "It's an old place. I just want to make sure nothing's living up there." He shrugged and fetched a ladder from the truck. While he poked around, I did my best to act normal. I followed him up to the access panel in the hallway ceiling, held the flashlight when he needed both hands, listened to him narrate what he was seeing. Insulation looks good. No droppings, no nesting material. If there's something in here, it's not hanging out where I can see it, he said, voice echoing slightly in the cavity. He crawled along the joist's weight, thumping overhead. Each time he shifted, little puffs of dust came down through the access hatch. He checked the crawl space in the basement too, pointing the beam into corners under the stairs. Nothing, he reported, finally back in the kitchen, wiping his hands on a rag. "If you had raccoons or squirrels, you'd have chew marks, droppings, smell." "What about birds?" I asked, grasping at anything. He shook his head. "No feathers, no nests. If something's living up there, it's not paying rent and it doesn't weigh much." He laughed at his own joke. I did not. I signed the work order, thanked him, and locked the door behind him a little harder than necessary. For the rest of the afternoon, every creak in the ceiling sounded more personal. The house did not wait long to underline that. 2 nights after the maintenance visit, I walked out of the bathroom halfway down the short hallway toward my bedroom and stopped dead. 3 dark circles dotted the carpet on the stairs. They were on the shallow landing where the staircase turns just below knee height from where I was standing. Each circle was about the size of the ball of a small foot. Not toes, not prints, just rounded patches, several shades darker than the rest of the beige carpeting, lined up in a rough arc, as if someone had climbed the stairs and paused there. They were spaced wrong for an adult, too close together. I could picture bare heels sinking and small toes curling. I told myself it was a leak. I crouched down and pressed my fingers into the nearest spot, bracing for the cold, damp give of soaked padding. My hand sank into plush carpet and nothing else. Dry. Perfectly normal. The discoloration did not come off on my skin. It did not smear. When I flattened my palm over it, I could feel the texture of the fibers, no different from the ones around it. By the time I came back with a paper towel, the spots had already faded a shade or two. By the time I had convinced myself to dig my old tape measure out of the junk drawer to see how far apart they had been, they were gone. There were other things. A door that I knew I had shut would sometimes be slightly ajar when I turned back around bathroom, bedroom, pantry. Not wide open, not dramatic, just open enough to notice. Every so often, as I sat on the couch with the TV on, low focusing on nothing in particular, there would be a soft, distant high from somewhere in the house. Not loud, not the same in-your-face cheer of the recording. This one was smaller, like the tail end of an echo. It would float in from the direction of the back hallway, or from the top of the stairs, or from the worst places, from just inside the bedroom door, when I knew I was the only one home. Usually it came when the furnace was between cycles, when the house was doing that held breath thing again. Sometimes I would jerk my head toward the sound and freeze listening. House settling, I'd mutter. Pipes. Something. But house settling did not explain the 3 perfectly spaced knocks that landed right above my headboard one night at exactly 11:09. I was propped up in bed, laptop balanced on my knees, pretending to watch something I would not remember. The heater clicked off. The air from the vents stilled. My fingers hovered over the trackpad, waiting for I don't know what. Then knock, knock, knock. Not on the door, not on the wall, directly on the ceiling above my pillow. The sound was sharp enough that I felt it through the mattress, a tiny vibration in the frame. My heart stuttered once, then took off. The laptop slid sideways as I half rose, eyes locked on the yellowed patch of ceiling between the vent and the overhead fixture. Nothing moved. Plaster. Paint. Silence. I checked the time on my phone with hands that did not feel completely attached to my body. 11:09 p.m. The heater whirred back to life. Air tumbled through the vent near my head. Somewhere in the house, the fridge compressor kicked on. Life resumed as if nothing in particular had just leaned down through my roof to wrap its knuckles over where my face had been. The next morning, I called the HOA again to ask if any work was being done on the roof. They said no. I did not mention the timing. When I told my brother about the knocks over text, he sent back 3 laughing emojis and a gif of a kid in a sheet saying boo. When I started typing out the part about the wet marks on the stairs and the half-heard greetings, I deleted it and just wrote never mind. The maintenance guy's joke about something light living above me kept looping in my head, only less funny every time. If something was living up there, it did not weigh much. It did not leave droppings. It did not chew wires or scratch holes in the siding. It did not leave tracks. At least not the kind anyone but me was willing to see. Sleep stopped being a place I went and became something that occasionally happened to me by accident. I would lie down because that was what you were supposed to do at night. Turn off the lights, pull up the blanket, set the alarm for a time you knew you would ignore. My eyes would close because they were tired. My body would go through the motions of relaxing. My brain, however, stayed right where it had been all day under that branch. Sometimes the replay was exact. I would find myself standing in fresh snow neck, craned looking up at the cottonwood limb cutting across the sky. The boy would be there, sometimes crouched, sometimes standing, sometimes just out of sight, the idea of him heavier than the image. Other nights, the dream dialed it up. In those, I stood under the branch and knew that if I blinked, something would change. Not in a general way, for real. The knowledge sat in me like a command: do not close your eyes. Do not look away. If you miss even a second, the world will not be the same when you open them again. So I would stand there, snow soaking my boots, neck burning, eyes watering, headlamp beam cutting the dark. The branch would hover over me like a line somebody had drawn between before and after. Every muscle in my face screamed to blink. I would feel the grain of bark under my fingers from where I had touched it in real life, and think if I let my eyes close, they're going to open somewhere else. When I woke from those dreams, it always took a moment to realize I was lying flat, not standing. The ceiling above me would be too close, the vent in the corner, a dark rectangle. My eyes would already be open, dry, and burning, like I'd actually tried to hold them that way in my sleep. That was the part that scared me enough to call someone. I looked up a therapist through my insurance portal, scrolling past names and tiny headshots and generic blurbs about life transitions and stress management. I picked one whose office was near my old commute route downtown, as if proximity to my past normal life might help. In her room, sitting on a soft gray chair with a tissue box just within reach, I did what I always do. I edited. I talked about stress at work, about trouble sleeping, about getting knocked out on a winter walk, and being weirdly stuck on it. I described the concussion in medical terms. I mentioned nightmares about the place it happened, left out the boy on the branch, the laughing in the vents, the way every device in my house seemed to have developed a personality problem at 11:09 p.m. She was kind. She nodded a lot. She talked about anxiety spirals, about trauma responses, about how brains can fixate on the moment they got scared and replay it until it feels bigger than the rest of your life. Your nervous system is trying to protect you, she said. It's saying, we didn't like that, let's never do that again. She suggested sleep hygiene. No screens an hour before bed, no caffeine after noon, breathing exercises, grounding techniques. She mentioned gently that if things kept up, we could talk about medication. I did not tell her that the last thing I wanted was to turn my back on the screens. The screens were the only reason I knew I was not making all of it up. So I took the breathing exercises and the handout about anxiety home, put them on the table next to a Nest printout of the 11:09 offline logs, and did what I had been doing all along. I stayed awake. On one of those nights, when my body was too tired to do anything but scroll, and my head was too full to let me sleep, I ended up deep cleaning my phone. It was 2-something in the morning. The house was quiet in that thick way it got now. I lay on my back in bed, glow from the screen, painting my face, and decided to start deleting. I went backwards through my photo gallery, thumb flicking up past old screenshots of error messages, recipes I had never tried, random memes friends had sent, past pictures of grocery lists, past blurred shots of my own TV because I'd wanted to remember a documentary title, The further back I went, the less connected I felt to the person who had taken any of them. Some guy with a social life, apparently, who thought sunsets and bar food were worth capturing. I deleted ruthlessly. Tap trash confirm. I almost missed it. It was just one thumbnail in a grid of many a darker rectangle among brighter ones. For a second, my thumb hovered over it on autopilot, ready to erase. Then, something about the angle registered in the animal part of my brain that recognizes its own body from above. I tapped to open it. The photo filled the screen, and for a second, I forgot how to breathe. It was my bedroom. The ceiling was not visible. The vantage point was from it. The frame looked straight down at my bed from the exact center of the room, like the camera was embedded in the plaster above and a little to the left of the overhead fixture. I was in the shot, not awake, me staring at a phone. Sleeping me on my side, facing the window. The blanket was pulled halfway up my back shoulder, exposed. My arm was curled under the pillow. My phone sat on the nightstand within reach, screen dark charging cable coiled next to it. The lamp on the nightstand was on in the picture, casting a soft, warm light across the sheets and the wall. It was the kind of light I sometimes left on after a bad dream. It gave the whole scene a familiar, intimate feel, like the thousands of times I'd woken up to that same angle from my eyes lying down. Except this angle was impossible. I do not own anything that mounts to the ceiling. There is no fan with a built-in camera, no novelty light fixture, no mirrored disco ball. The overhead fixture is a simple dome, the same beige and frosted glass standard the builder put in every unit. To take this picture, someone or something would have had to be almost directly above the bed, pressed flat against the ceiling, with a clear bird's eye view. There was no distortion from a fisheye lens, no weird stretching at the edges. Just a clean shot from an impossible height. The details were all correct. The hoodie I had thrown over the chair in the corner, the book I had set face down on the nightstand 2 nights before, the faint shadow of the vent on the wall. In the lower left corner of the screen, the phone's interface showed the timestamp. 3:17 a.m., dated exactly 1 week prior. I knew I had not been awake at 3:17 a.m. that night. I remembered waking up around 3 from another under-the-branch dream, glancing at the clock, then later seeing 3:50 and thinking I had dozed in between without quite dropping all the way. At no point had I gotten up, climbed on a ladder I do not own, and taken a selfie of my own unconscious body from the ceiling. My hand started shaking. The bed around me was real under my back. The vent on the wall to my right was real. The lamp, the nightstand, the phone in my hand, they all matched the photo too closely. As I stared at the image, a sound crept into the room from the same wall I had been trying not to think about since the scratching started. A small, breathy laugh. It came from the vent. Not loud, not theatrical. Just a little puff of amusement, like someone watching a video over your shoulder and reacting. The heater chose that second to shut off the fan, winding down air fading. The room dropped into one of those dense silences, the kind that makes your own heartbeat sound like an intrusion. I did not move. The photo remained on the screen. My own sleeping face turned slightly away, mouth slack blanket askew. The light from the lamp in the image did not flare like a flash. There were no harsh shadows, no red eye. It looked like a still pulled from a video, except I had no video on my phone from that night. No notifications, no record of the camera app being opened at 3:17 a.m. When I could make my thumb work again, I tapped the little I for information. The phone loaded the metadata. Normally, my pictures show a device model next to the words "captured with," the make and model of the camera, lens information, sometimes even the location, latitude, and longitude. This one did not. Under camera, it said in small, generic font, "imported file." The file name was not the usual messy string of IMG_ followed by numbers. It was something else. A long alphanumeric chain starting with nest clip and a date. The same pattern my phone used for downloaded nest clips. Except I had never downloaded this. My Nest camera is outside under the eaves pointed at the parking lot and the back fence. It has never had a line of sight into my bedroom. There is no reason a file with its naming convention should be sitting in my main photo roll, tagged as if it had come through the normal sharing flow. I backed out to the gallery view. The thumbnail was there, nestled between screenshots I recognized and a blurry photo of my own TV. No little cloud icon to show it had been saved from a message. No note that it was part of a shared album. I opened it again, half hoping it would be gone. It was not. The laugh through the vent faded into silence. The heater stayed off longer than usual, as if it too was watching to see what I would do. I did not delete the picture. Not then. I left it open on the screen, my own sleeping body staring back at me from an angle no human eyes in this house should be able to access. The room around me felt too small and too tall at the same time, as if the ceiling had quietly moved further away to make room for something else to lie flat against it and look down. Whatever was learning how to watch me had figured out a way to use every lens in my house, including one that didn't technically exist. By the time you read this, I will probably have already hit send. That sentence has been sitting in my head for weeks, but tonight is the first time I have actually opened the laptop and put it where you can see it in the subject line of an email addressed to a horror channel instead of a therapist or a cop. I have started this message more times than I can count. Sometimes it was just a blank draft with your email pasted in and nothing else. Sometimes it was 3 paragraphs of rambling about concussions and weird weather and security cameras that do not behave like they are supposed to. A couple of times I wrote almost everything you have read so far and then deleted it out of sheer panic before it ever left my outbox. There are 2 reasons for that. The first one is obvious. All of this sounds made up. If I read it as a stranger on the internet, I would call bullshit. I work in IT. I know how easy it is to spoof logs to fake screenshots, to add a weird laugh track to a Nest clip, and tell people it just showed up. I know how stories grow teeth the more you tell them. I know how memory rearranges itself to make a better narrative. The second reason is worse. Writing it down means I have to admit I remember every detail. I have been trying to pretend in little ways that I do not. That the fall and the snow blurred things enough that maybe I filled in gaps with nightmares and Reddit threads and too many replays. If this was all just an anxious brain chewing on a bad night, then naming the pattern out loud makes it harder to go back to pretending it is random. But tonight, it feels like pretending is the only thing that is going to get me hurt. So here I am, sitting at my kitchen table at 10:30 something on a weeknight, typing this out like an actual confession instead of another draft I will quietly nuke. The house is doing its late night thing. The TV is off for once. The only light on downstairs is the one over the stove, throwing a soft rectangle across the counters and the table. The rest of the room is mostly lit by the laptop screen, blue-white glow on wood grain on my hands, on the half-empty mug of coffee I am going to regret later. Behind me, the fridge hums, then cycles down. Every so often, the furnace kicks on in the closet, rumbling low through the vents, before settling into a steady fan noise. When it shuts off, there is that little hollow feeling in the air, the same one I have learned to brace for. Outside the sliding glass door, the parking lot is a dim reflection of itself. Dark asphalt, dull piles of old snow, a couple of parked cars. Most of my neighbors' blinds are drawn. A motion sensor light over the next building's entryway blinks on when someone comes home, late, then fades out again. The nest under my eaves is a tiny green dot in the corner of the glass when I glance up. My phone is face up next to the laptop charger cable coiled beside it. The weather app is open because, of course, it is. I have checked it 4 times in the last hour. Clear. 0% precipitation. Feels like 19 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a point at which the words clear, 0% snow, stop being information and start feeling like a dare. I'm telling you all of this because this is the backdrop for the part that matters. The decision to finally stop letting this whole thing live in my drafts folder and put it somewhere else, somewhere public, where my own brain cannot quietly edit it into something more comfortable. I am writing to you because your whole thing is reading other people's worst nights out loud. You take these confessions, true, half-true, made up, and you give them a shape and a voice. You put them in order. I have not been able to do that on my own. I first found your channel in the usual way: autoplay algorithm insomnia, late night recommendation, a thumbnail with true in all caps, and a snowy road, a voice telling someone else's story while I lay in the dark staring at my ceiling and trying not to listen to my vents. Back then, I used the videos as a kind of exposure therapy. If I could listen to other people talk about things, knocking on their doors, breathing at their windows, standing on the shoulder of some rural highway at 3 in the morning, maybe what I had been through would feel less singular, less specifically aimed. It worked until it didn't. At some point, I realized every story I was drawn to had snow in it, or cameras, or both. People talking about footprints that did not match up with who should have been there. People talking about glitches in their Ring doorbells. People describing that exact same hollow silence when a furnace cuts off and everything holds its breath for a beat too long. Your videos became a mirror I did not want to look into. So, I stopped listening. Then, I started writing instead. That is how this started tonight, with me pretending I was just taking notes, assembling the pieces into something that made sense. I told myself I would write it like any other Reddit post, anonymous throwaway, something I could always delete before anyone saw it. But the more I put down, the more a different structure suggested itself. It is only when you lay things out in order that you see the pattern. I did not see the first one clearly until the hospital. The you must have slipped. You imagined the boy narrative made a certain kind of sense when it stood on its own. So did the weird flurries that only showed up behind my house when the app said they should not exist. So did the Nest camera going offline for a couple of minutes at a time. They were all glitches, anomalies, bugs. One night, weeks later, I sat where I am sitting right now, scrolled back through the Nest logs, and realized that a couple of minutes almost always started at 11:09 p.m., not 11:10, not sometime after 11. 11:09. I stacked the nights where the flurries showed up and saw the same number glowing in the corner of the clips. I lined that up with the offline gap from the night of the fall, with the knock sequence above my headboard, with the heart rate-shaped blip in the audio editor. I scrolled through my phone and saw that the impossible bedroom photo had a timestamp of 3:17 a.m., but had been saved to my gallery at 11:09 the next night when some app decided to sync recent imports. All these little disconnected weirdnesses suddenly had a rhythm. Not in what happened exactly, but in when the other side of my life seemed to lean closer. I am not telling you this to convince you it is supernatural. I am telling you because at this point, I have more data for this than I do for some of the production bugs I have spent entire sprints tracking down at work. I have screenshots, audio files, a download list with file names that should not exist. I have a printed JPEG of my own sleeping body from a vantage point you cannot get to without tearing my ceiling out. I have a memory of waking up under fluorescent lights that does not match the version of events in any official report. And I have a house that night after night seems to pause around the same minute as if it is listening for something too. That is why I am finally sending this to you instead of sitting on it until it rots me out completely. You read stories like this all the time, I know. Some are probably complete fiction. Some are half-truths. Some are people who had a bad dream and let it snowball. I am not asking you to put mine in a different category. I am just asking you to have it in your pile, because tonight feels like a night I do not want to go through alone, even if the only company I get is the idea of your voice reading this back to somebody else 3 months from now. The fridge has cycled off again. The furnace just clicked, then went quiet. The house is in one of those held breath moments right now, the ones that make all the little noises stand out, the soft tick of the thermostat settling the faint buzz of my laptop fan, the tiny sound of my fingers hitting the keys as I rush to get this last part out. My phone screen keeps dimming next to me. Every time I tap it awake, the weather app cheerfully insists on clear. 0% snow. I am halfway through describing the camera glitches, the way the Nest drops to static at the exact same time the heater quits the voice that says, "Hi," right into the mic, when some part of me notices the change in the laptop screen's reflection on the glass. I blink, look back at the document. The cursor is still blinking at the end of the sentence I just typed. In the upper right corner of the screen, the system clock reads 11:07 p.m. I do not know how long I sat there staring at that little digital 11:07 p.m. in the corner of my screen. But at some point, my eyes drifted past it to the darker reflection in the glass behind the laptop. The parking lot had changed. When I had started typing, it was just a flat, ugly patch of winter-old piles of plowed snow, bare asphalt, a couple of cars sleeping under the streetlights. Now, in the reflection, the air above it was full. Snow, not a dusting. A steady, velvety fall thick enough that the cones of light from the sodium lamps looked like columns of white noise. Flakes slid down the glass of my own door in diagonal lines before vanishing. For a second, I thought I was seeing something cached, some image burned into my brain from one of the old Nest clips. Then I turned in my chair and looked straight at it, not through the laptop. It was really coming down. Fat flakes falling calmly. No wind. The kind of snow you get in postcards and feel-good commercials, except this was happening under that same sick amber light that makes everything look jaundiced. In the side mirror of the nearest car, the flakes streaked like static. My hand found the phone on the table. The weather app was still open to my location, my little blue dot fixed where it always was. Clear. 0% precipitation. No advisories. No quick update banner. No flurry icon. The timestamp on the forecast updated automatically. The words did not change. Somewhere in the house, the furnace kicked on blowing warm air through the vent near my feet. The sound was a low, comforting rush that I had grown up hearing in a dozen apartments and houses. It lasted exactly long enough for me to start to relax. Then it stopped. Not a ramp down, not a gentle fade. It cut off like someone had pulled a plug. The resulting silence was different from the normal between cycles pause. This one landed with a physical weight. The dishwasher had already finished. The fridge chose that moment to be between hums. The TV was off the street outside dead. The only sound left in the whole house was the soft rattle of my fingertips on the keys and the tiny noise my throat made when I swallowed. The air felt thick, as if the house had sucked all the movement out of itself and was waiting to see what I would do. If this were just a story, this is where the smart move would be to shut the laptop, grab the keys, and go sit in a bright, noisy diner until morning. Instead, I clicked over to the Nest tab. The live feed snapped into focus, the same scene I had just turned away from, now flattened into pixels. The parking lot glowed yellow. The snow streaked steadily down fat flakes, turning to streaks as the camera's exposure tried to keep up. The back stoop was empty, my sliding door shut tight. The new security camera on the railing stared dumbly back toward the trees. In the top corner of the feed, the timestamp rolled over. 11:08:56, 11:08:57, 11:08:58. I watched my own house in third person. The back of the chair I was sitting in a faint rectangle in the left edge of the frame, just inside the glass. 11:08:59. My body tensed on its own. 11:09:00. The picture froze. Snowflakes hung mid-fall, white streaks caught in impossible poses. The glow from the lamps flattened. The tiny reflection of my kitchen in the glass door stopped breathing. The status dot in the interface flipped from green to gray. A familiar little banner slid over the video. Device offline. Attempting to reconnect. I should have been numb to it by then. I had watched this exact thing happen in recordings, in logs, in export files. Seeing it happen live while my fingers were still touching the keys was different. It felt less like a glitch and more like a curtain coming down. I sat there holding my breath, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. The offline banner stayed. The frozen snow on screen looked like someone's idea of a still photo hung behind glass. The vents above me stayed silent. The house pressed in. On the 4th second, my laptop speakers made a sound. Just one word in a small, delighted voice. "Hi." It came out of the speakers at normal volume, as if my computer had decided to play a notification chime in the wrong language. It was not an alert tone. It was not any sound I recognized from my operating system. It was him, the kid. The same tone as the Nest clip, the same wrong brightness. It was close and clean, unaffected by the tinny quality you usually get from laptop speakers. I flinched so hard my chair scraped against the tile. My fingers flew off the keyboard and hovered uselessly over it. For a second, I just stared at the screen, waiting for an incoming call window, or a video player, or any other program to pop up and explain itself. Nothing did. No apps were open except the browser and the document. No music player, no YouTube tab, no messages. The little speaker icon in the taskbar sat there, innocent volume, exactly where I had left it. The cursor blinked at the end of the last sentence I had typed, waiting. The sound barely had time to finish echoing in the air before something else hit. Directly above my head in the kitchen ceiling, 3 sharp knocks landed in quick succession. Knock, knock, knock. Not subtle. Not something you could write off as pipes or settling. They were measured human, as if someone had rapped their knuckles against the plaster from the other side. I felt the vibration more than heard it, a little shudder through the light fixture into the table. A tiny cloud of dust drifted down from the edge of the vent, near the light catching the glow from the stove hood. I have been in this townhouse long enough to know what is above my kitchen. Not another unit. My bedroom. The spot directly over the table is where my bed sits. The same square of floor I had seen from above in that impossible photo. The furnace did not roar back to life. The fridge stayed obediently quiet. Somewhere far outside, a car rolled through the intersection at the end of the street, tires hissing on whatever snow had started out there. That ambient noise barely made it through the walls. Inside the house, and I listened to each other. I stared up at the ceiling, like maybe it would open. The plaster, of course, did nothing. No cracks, no discoloration. Just 3 points in a row where the sound had been. The nest feed remained frozen in the other tab. The words, "device offline," sat on the screen like a diagnosis. A perfectly rational part of my brain, the one that still remembered fire drills and emergency exits, took this in and made a reasonable suggestion. Stand up, get your keys and your wallet, get in the car, and go. I could picture the steps in sequence. Chair back, grab jacket, unlock door. Snow on the stoop under my boots. The car's dome light coming on. The engine turning over. I imagined myself driving to the 24-hour diner by the freeway, the one with 2 bright lights and sticky menus and bad coffee that is at least hot. Sitting in a booth with my back to a wall. Watching the night happen through plate glass. Another part of me, the one that has been living in timestamps and waveforms, and the space between knocks, had a different fear. If I left now, the story would not stop. It would just go on without me. Maybe it would follow. Maybe it would find some other way to put my house in its mouth. Maybe, worst of all, it would keep playing out back here, and I would have nothing but gaps and guesses when I tried to look at the logs later. Running would make everything that had already happened meaningless. Data points, anomalies, with no narrative. Staying meant I might at least get to choose the way this part of it got told. The cursor on the screen blinked. Behind the browser window, buried in another tab, my email draft to your channel sat open subject line, waiting body half filled with the first clumsy version of everything you have just read. My fingers settled back on the keys before I had really decided they would. I did not stand up. I did not get my keys. I did not so much choose to stay as fail to choose to leave. Instead, with the house holding its breath around me and the snow still falling outside in defiance of every forecast, I clicked back to the document and started typing faster. Like, maybe if I could get all of this out before the nest came back online, I could pin it down long enough to make sense of what was about to happen next. I told myself I would stop when the nest came back online. That was the compromise my brain offered. Keep typing until the status dot flips to green again, until the frozen snow on the feed starts falling, and then close the laptop, turn on every light in the house, and pretend this is just a very elaborate way to lose sleep. The banner still said, "Device offline." The snow was still hanging midair on the screen like it had been stapled there. The ceiling over my head still remembered those 3 knocks. So I kept writing. You can probably feel it in the rhythm of this, the way the sentences get a little tighter, the way the details blur together. This is the part where I stopped getting up to refill my coffee and just hunched over the keyboard trying to outrun my own nerves. The house did not stay still out of courtesy. Somewhere over the kitchen, above that patch of ceiling that sits between the table and the vent, there was a new sound. Not the sharp rap of knuckles this time. A softer, more continuous noise. Movement. It started as a faint, uneven scuff, like someone dragging a hand or a knee along the joists. Too slow to be a mouse. Too deliberate to be pipes. It traveled. I heard it cross the space above me, then angle away up toward the bedroom. The sound faded in and out as it passed over different stretches of drywall and insulation, a body moving through a layered sandwich of wood and dust and air. In the wall by the stairs, the vent gave a little metallic shudder, as if something had brushed past the duct. I stopped typing. The cursor kept blinking. The clock in the corner of the screen rolled over to 11:10:11:11. The furnace stayed off. The Nest stayed offline. The only things moving in my house were my own breath and whatever was tracing the path between my rooms without bothering with doors. Then the laughing started again. It was not the sudden blown-out cackle from the recorder in the trees. This was careful, controlled, a series of small, almost polite chuckles that seemed to be testing the volume in the space. They came from the vents, at first riding the metal thin and tinny, like someone playing a recording on a cheap speaker. Then they drew closer, gaining shape, slipping out of the vents and into the air of the rooms themselves. You know how kids laugh when they are trying not to get caught? That half-held breath, the way the sound squeezes out between their teeth. It had that quality. Like it wanted to be loud, but was practicing being just loud enough. I sat there and listened to it adjust itself. Too quiet at the top of the stairs. A little louder by the bedroom door. A soft giggle near the vent in the hallway. Each time it calibrated, narrowing in on the exact level that would make me hear it without anyone else ever being able to record it unless they were already listening. The keyboard under my hands suddenly felt like a prop. I told myself to keep typing, to keep giving this thing a shape in words instead of in the parts of the house it was learning to move through. My fingers did not get the message. They hovered over the keys, useless. Then, from the dark mouth of the stairwell behind me, the voice stopped laughing and spoke. Up here, not whispered, not so close it rattled my skull like it had under the tree. Just a clear, normal child volume shout from somewhere near the base of the stairs. 2 words, the same ones it had used before, but without any attempt at hiding. Every muscle in my back pulled tight. I did not swivel my chair around. I did not have to. I could see the stairwell reflected in the laptop screen, just a faint column of darkness at the edge, like a tunnel, with no picture at the end. The voice gave me a beat, long enough to pretend I might have imagined it. Up here, it said again, closer this time, like it had moved to the landing halfway up the spot where the carpet always creaked under my feet. I could picture the geometry of it without turning the angle of the handrail, the short stretch of wall, the little square of floor where someone could stand and look down and see straight into the kitchen. I snapped the laptop shut on instinct. the kitchen dropped into a different kind of dark. The stove light still burned, but without the screen glow, everything outside its circle looked thicker. The reflection in the glass door became just that reflection. My own face dimmed the outline of my shoulders, the faint line of the Nest LED above. The voice did not come from the stairs a third time. It came from the top, up here, right at the threshold of my bedroom. I could hear the carpet take the sound, deadening it a little. There was a color to it I recognized, now something like excitement and impatience wrapped together. There is a part of me that will always hate what I did next, because it will always wonder what I missed. I picked up the laptop, not to use it as a shield, not to throw it. I just grabbed it like a blanket, fingers finding the edge by muscle memory. I opened it enough to see the keyboard again, not the screen, and walked toward the stairs with it tucked under my arm, still half closed. If this is going to be a horror story, I thought I am not going to let it be one where I stop right before the last part and leave a gap for someone else to fill in for me. At the base of the stairs, I stopped and finally looked up. The second floor was a column of black above me. The hallway light was off. The door to my bedroom, which I knew I had left, pulled almost shut, stood open just enough that I could see the faintest sliver of whatever ambient light was up there. A glow from the street through the blinds, maybe, or from the little power LED on my alarm clock. The laptop screen lit back up in my hands, washing the underside of the ceiling and the lower half of the banister in a sickly blue. From down here, my own face became a ghost overlay in the glossy black of the staircase wall. If I took one step up, I would be at eye level with the landing where the middle up here had come from. 2 more steps, and my head would be in line with the hall. 5 or 6, and I would be standing in the doorway of my bedroom under the same patch of plaster that had somehow taken a picture of me from inside itself. Everything about me wanted to go. Curiosity, sure. Fear, absolutely. But also a kind of stubbornness I did not know I had. I was tired of being the person who only saw pieces, the footprints without the body, the static without the frame in between, the voice without the mouth. If I climbed those stairs, there was a real chance I would finally see what had been asking me to look up this whole time. There was an equally good chance that whatever was waiting for me up there had been practicing that invitation, not because it wanted me to see it, but because it needed me to watch it the way I watched all the other stories through a lens from a safe distance that was not actually safe at all. Up here, it said again, softer this time, not from the hall, from above, directly above where I stood. The ceiling over the stairs is not very thick. Between the downstairs and the upstairs, there is a sandwich of drywall wood and air. The voice came down through that layer vertical, like it had decided to skip the hallway entirely and lie flat on the floor of my bedroom cheek, pressed to the boards, talking to me through the paint. I took my foot off the first step. For the first time since this started, I made a decision that did not feel like it belonged to the pattern. "I'm not coming up," I said. My voice sounded small and stupid in the stairwell swallowed by carpet and drywall. The laptop screen picked up the little movement of my throat when I swallowed. My fingers shook on the keys. The voice did not repeat itself. The movement in the vents stilled, as if whoever was crawling around in my ceilings had laid their head down to listen. I backed down the 3 steps I'd already taken and walked very carefully back to the kitchen table. I put the laptop down. I opened it. The document was still there, the last sentence half finished from when I had flinched at the knocks. In another tab, the Nest feed still showed frozen snow and the offline banner. I started typing again. Not because I thought it would stop anything from happening, because if this thing was going to keep using my house, my cameras, my ceilings, to teach itself how to watch people, the only leverage I had left was to make sure the record of it was complete when it finally stepped out of whatever it had been practicing in. So here is the part that matters for you. If you strip away the snow and the concussions and the Reddit deep dives, there are a few things that stayed the same every time. The weather says clear, while something white is already coming down outside your window. Not a huge storm, not the forecasted feet, just those wrong little flurries that do not show up on radar. Your house goes unnaturally still at a specific minute more often than coincidence should allow. The heater cuts out. The fridge waits. The pipes keep quiet. Everything seems to lean in. Any camera you rely on, Nest Ring Baby Monitor Dash Cam, decides to glitch or go offline right then, for just long enough that if you scrub through the footage later, there is a gap exactly where your memory gets weird. In that gap, the audio sometimes catches something anyway. A tiny voice saying, "Hi," a laugh that does not belong to anyone in your household, breathing that matches your heartbeat a little too closely. After that, little things start happening inside. Watermarks that never quite turn into footprints. Damp spots on carpet that feel dry when you touch them. Knocks over your bed or your couch or wherever you like to lie down and look at screens. If it stops with you, if it decides you are not interesting, maybe all you ever get is some bad nights and a therapist telling you to cut back on caffeine. I do not think that is what it wants, though. I think it likes people who notice patterns, people who check their weather apps 3 times a day and install cameras pointing at their own lives and replay things frame by frame to see what they missed. People who write long, detailed emails to strangers about true horror. Storytellers. We are good lenses. We pay attention. We put things in order. We hand those orders to other people in the form of narration of threads of episodes with ad breaks. If I am right, whatever has been learning how to watch me has been using every piece of glass and silicone in this place as a practice run. The Nest, the GoPro, the cheap camera on the railing, the imaginary one that took a picture from my ceiling, my own eyes. This email, this script, whatever you end up turning it into if you read it on your channel, that is just another camera. By the time I finish this sentence, the furnace will probably shut off one last time for the night. The house will do that little full-body flinch it has learned. Somewhere in the walls, the old wood will pop as it adjusts to the drop in temperature. There it is now, a soft rack behind the drywall, like a knuckle cracking. If you are listening to this instead of reading it, there might be a moment after my voice stops where the room you are in suddenly feels wrong, too quiet. Your own heater cycling off, your fridge in the middle of a pause, the world on the other side of your windows made of cotton and glass. Maybe your phone will still be saying the weather is clear while something thin and white brushes your roof. Maybe one of your cameras will drop offline for no good reason. Maybe nothing will happen at all, and you will roll your eyes and move on to the next story. But if after hearing this, your house ever goes completely quiet at a time, it shouldn't, and your phone says the weather is clear while something white is already piling up outside, do yourself a favor and do not look up right away when you hear that little voice. By the time you do, it will already know exactly how you like to watch things.